What is up, everybody? Good afternoon. Howdy, and welcome, Sai, V, Karma, fucking Taka. Sorry, there was someone I was missing, and anybody else who is lurking or who might join us along the way. It is me, PB, and today we are back for another episode of Havin a Hoot, in which I'm going to be talking about some of the games I've been playing, maybe some of the games we're looking forward to, and yeah, what we've been liking, what we've been loving, what we've been hating recently. But of course, I cannot hoot alone. But before I introduce my co-hooter, the music we've been listening to, this Jungle in Gaming Mix Volume 1, can be found at the link that I just popped in the chat. That is from the YouTube channel Carnaz. Is it Camaz or Carnaz? I think it's Camaz, actually. C-A-M-A-Z. But yeah, we are today joined in holy gaming matrimony by our good buddy Runtooth. How you doing, Run?
I'm gonna hoot!
He's gonna hoot!
I'm hooting!
Good lord, we hooting.
How you doing?
Oh man, my headphones started fucking up.
Uh-oh.
No, one of the ears is starting to die on them. It's doing the thing where it cuts out one of the ears, depending on the wire position. I'm going to get costly. They're not cheap, these headphones.
Oh,
yeah.
what a damn shame.
It is. But I am very good otherwise. I have no complaints. I was up till like 1:30 in the morning playing
PD, please be
Armored
quiet.
Core.
Ridge Racer's playing.
I know. I feel it.
No, we're 3 minutes of silence from here.
It's such a good soundtrack. It is like, it has become one of my favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Y'all just welcome in. Can we have a little shout out for Runtooth? Everyone in here knows who you are. But for the sake of public record, what's your fucking deal?
What's my deal, honestly? I am Runtooth, variety streamer, also from Ireland.
So original.
So original. I have the incredible ability to show my face on camera, unlike some.
Imagine.
But yeah, no, I'm just chilling, and you guys probably mostly know me from PB streams. But yeah, variety streamer, playing some Devil May Cry's series playthrough at the moment, some RPGs, like some Parasite Eves, which we just finished up, other games. Oh, Onimusha, I just finished that. That was a banger.
And you're currently playing Castlevania Lament of Innocence, as well as, well, you've been on that Dark and Darker train, as well as Halls of Torment. What's the other one?
I'm just trying out a lot of stuff.
What's the other playthrough you've got going right now?
Baldur's Gate as well.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, the first
one. With the best of them. Yeah, the first one.
Balding with the best.
Which seems frustrating at parts, but you seem to be enjoying it overall, yeah?
It's just old game jank.
Yeah.
Coupled with a cruel tabletop that was still still in its infancy, I guess. Of its iterations, I suppose. I think Advanced Dungeons and Dragons is just naturally a cruel game.
Oh, is that just AD&D? Yeah, AD&D is supposed
to
be
tough,
from what I heard.
Yeah.
But tell you what, shall we start with the biggie, the
biggie? Oh dear.
Discourse game in recent times. I mean, it hasn't been heavily.
Honestly, I haven't seen much like discourse game. I feel like this game kind of came out and then it fizzled in terms of like I guess like outward hype from socials and stuff.
I've seen a lot of people getting into like the fandom space with it. Like, I've been seeing a lot of people doing like arts and like little sort of tribute things, much in the way they would do for like Final Fantasy VII and stuff. But for a while there was like it's not a good game discourse right at the start. There were like a lot of people like just immediately backlashing at it. But yeah,
I think there's issue with like even seeing much like reception to the game. I mean reception to it as a full experience because it's just so fucking long.
it is.
And I don't think anyone's had time to finish it yet. I mean, like the average player is probably still playing this, you know?
It is very possible.
Like, considering the amount of other games that are coming out as well, like I'm sure people just get distracted from these things because like this is a 70-hour experience.
Yeah,
60.
I wasn't
60,
expecting
70 hours?
that. I swear before this game came out, they're like, you could get this beat in like 30 hours, and you could, to be fair, if you like.
Just need to watch it and not watch anything.
Yeah, if you skipped all like the side quests and stuff, you could maybe cinch it in like 30 to 40 hours. But even without that, it is yeah, it's a beefy long ass game. And my thoughts on it matured very much during the playthrough. But I don't think I've ever just sat down and heard you give your piece. What do you think of Final Fantasy 16?
I think it's a good game. I think it accomplished what it set out to do. But I think what it set out to do was something that would have been impressive maybe 5 or 6 years ago. I think it's a bit dated in terms of its design. Overall, in terms of like its gameplay, how you kind of interact with the world around you, feels very like an Xbox 360 era RPG. It's just where everything's kind of a bit fetch questy. Nothing feels like it's a bit grounded when you're not playing the main story. It doesn't feel like you've got a overall kind of effect on the world around you. It's just kind of, you're going to speak to someone, then you're going to pick up a couple of things and you're going to return to them and then get an item for it. I feel like the RPG-ness overall in terms of your statistic and how you, I guess, like the effects you have over Clive as a character that you build or play with in terms of customization is really kind of lacking. I feel like the stats are just kind of there.
There's next to nothing there, really. You can like
next to nothing. Yeah, it's just placeholder. It's just to look like it's there, you know.
Yeah. There are like maybe a couple accessories that can do cool things. I was really hoping what like. Well, basically, to anyone wondering, I'm sure you've all seen plenty of this game by now, but it is a big, long, story-driven action game, pretty much action RPG. But in reality, its gameplay style is like a character action game, but easier and like quite a decent moveset, but not quite. It's got about as complex a moveset as Metal Gear Rising, I would say. But with a lot more customizability in terms of like magic moves you can get. But yeah, the most of the customization, like the RPG customization you get, is pretty much bumping up stats. With the occasional accessory, it does something a little different. The one accessory that
it's like point something percent of a cooldown on one of your abilities. Like, it's not major. Yeah,
like the one accessory that felt like it had a meaningful difference in its gameplay style was the Berserker Ring, which changes how your counter works. I had that in
for my whole playthrough, simply because of that free limit break combo. It just increased my damage output, so why would I not want that?
That got me hopeful that we were going to get more things in the vein of like Hollow Knight badges.
Yeah,
things that might actually change up how you play the game a little bit. But that was literally the only one, unfortunately.
Yeah, the delivery, or rather the in-game explanation of what that item does, I think is a huge failure in kind of like developer explanation to the player or anything like that, communication rather, because it does not explain that you're getting a huge free limit break combo after you happen to get an easily triggerable dodge.
What do you mean the limit break combo?
So when you hit your limit break, and Clive, his basic attack combo is increased and it goes all flamey.
Yeah.
So after you hit that perfect dodge with Berserker Ring on, you get that attack combo. You get,
is that what that
combo 2 rounds
is?
of it for free. Yeah.
Okay.
That's your limit break combo, which is like very damaging. So if you can like obviously time that consistently and use that as your kind of, I guess, your off damage output until you're ready to stagger and go in with an actual limit break, then I think it's highly valuable. I just couldn't. I didn't see any reason to take it off myself.
Yeah, I guess I more enjoyed like post counter, just having like the ability to do like magic stuff.
Yeah, that's fair. I was very counter heavy as well, but a lot of my gameplay was very kind of in your face and kind of reliant on the dodging, I suppose.
Yeah,
I think you enjoyed some of the zoning of it a lot more than I would have.
There are some icons and icon abilities that I especially like using with like Shiva's Ice Age. Its ability to freeze people afterwards, so you get them stuck in that heightened stagger animation for a bit longer. You really capitalize on that. But yeah, no, the notion of this game being an RPG is, I mean, yeah, it is on the face of it an action RPG, but the actual like the RP elements are like maybe just inventory, accessories, and the ability to like sort of freely go around and do side quests. And the side quests are like my biggest issue with this game is with the side quests. But
absolutely.
Before we get to that, what did you actually think of the combat itself? You've been in an action combat game space as of late, so
yeah, 100%, absolutely. Like at the start of it, I was like enamored. Quite frankly, I loved it. It was a direction that I was really excited to see the series go in. And as I kind of unlocked all the stances, I think it was after Titan maybe unlocks. I think that's like the midpoint of the game. Or maybe Titan or Bahamut. I felt like, okay, I feel like I've seen all of the combat this game has to offer. I started noticing that it wasn't really so much as it wasn't really so much a combo inflicting game. Like you don't really kind of like it's not like Devil May Cry where you're trying to extend your combo as long as possible.
Yeah,
it feels more like you're like chained to your cooldowns, not unlike an MMO where you basically have to build your rotation of skills.
Yeah,
which is I guess your combo, which I guess is another way of describing your combos, but it doesn't feel as fluid sometimes when some of these things don't come together and there's only a specific way for the things to make them work. And I guess like Clive's maneuverability, while it is really easy for him to shoot across the arena, it's not so much very exciting to keep him in the air and extend too many combos that way. You've got a really nice like if you hold square and jump, you'll like launch him in the air further, and you can kind of time that and extend it in between combos of different I guess like juggle abilities or iconic abilities that kind of keep you in the air.
Yeah,
but at the same time, it's again not going to do much for you to stay in the air because half of the strongest abilities require you to be touching the ground anyway. So he's kind of forced down to the ground a lot of the time. So it doesn't really let you, I guess, experiment as a player or do anything overly exciting when you're kind of rooted to these cooldowns and the specific conditions that you have to like meet to even trigger them, you know?
Yeah.
Or set them off.
No, I can definitely understand that. That is for sure. Yeah, you do get locked into your cooldowns and switch between your abilities and like peppering in normal attacks and your like iconic, your circle, the whatever ability is attached to your icon while you're waiting for the other cooldowns to go down. Part of me really first of all, I just want to say the game's combat has so many fucking cool mechanics, like so much stuff that I just absolutely love doing, like Shiva's Ice Age, the Shiva dodge, the Titan counters, the upheavals. Like there are so many pile driver with Ramu. There are so many abilities that feel really good and feel like more character action games should, I feel like, have the diversity of ability and like functionality that this game does. Like I was actually thinking, like, compared to like a Devil May Cry or a Bayonetta, Bayonetta 3 actually goes a little further in this direction as well, where it gets a little more funky with its abilities. but Devil May Cry and Bayonetta, a lot of their combat is focused predominantly on combo ability, like just keeping up your combos as much as possible. And I agree that this game is not as big on the combos. I actually don't mind that personally. The cooldown thing I can agree with. Maybe, I don't know, if you could like weaken some abilities so that they didn't use cooldowns, or I don't know, somehow build the moves into the moveset so that you didn't have to just work through a rotation like that. I can definitely understand that.
I don't know. I was kind
of more moves per icon.
Yeah.
If you could do R2 and circle, that would like almost completely eliminate the problem, because you know you'll always have something like a bunch of moves ready, and then you give them a moment.
Yeah, it's really quite limited. And then again, like I even if there wasn't like extra moves, I think there's like a million different ways you could at least spice it up. Like you could have like reaction times on like certain cooldowns as they come off, if you can trigger them at the right time, or if they're coming up soon. Like just have a kind of like window where it's going to do more damage or something if you chain it into another ability or something. Just those like added little like goals for players to kind of like really dig their teeth into this combat system.
Yeah.
You know, because it feels like you're just kind of mashing square until you're ready to, you know, square triangle, jump, lunge, and then your cooldown's up, and then you can do your cool thing again, you know?
Definitely. I feel like the one way they could have kept the gameplay system as is, but made it much more engaging if they made enemies more aggressive and not as easy to just continuously stagger.
Yeah, that's where I wanted to go next, is that these guys just feel like training dummies, all of them.
Yeah.
The second any hit on any regular enemy is a stagger. And it's a bit frustrating, because you feel like, you know, to say Devil May Cry or Bayonetta, like you hit an enemy and they feel it immediately, but like sometimes they can super armor through some of your moves and stuff, and you have to be ready for that. Like that rarely happens here. You just kind of hit an enemy once and they're good to go, you know? You just practice your combos on them.
The one big difference being enemies that are on like the complete opposite side of the spectrum, where they have that big stagger bar. But I was feeling like a lot of my favorite fights in the game that I had enjoyed were whenever you had one or like two or more of those enemies, or even one of those enemies, and they did do this quite often, especially later in the game, where they have like one staggerable enemy with the mooks around them, or if they had like enemies that got those little like barrier things on them, so you'd have to focus on them first and foremost, because they actually were a threat to interrupting you. But yeah, more threats of interruption. I feel like even Swarm You though is not enough, because of the goodness of your dodge. If you time your dodge wrong, you will get hit. But I feel like whenever you get used to it, that doesn't happen very often, outside of like big guys and big moves, in my experience. How
did you feel about the enemy complexity by the end of it, in terms of like variety, how many there were in the end, and movesets that they would throw out, you know?
By the time you get to when you're like hitting up Twin Side and you fight Slitnir and Barnabas, and Barnabas shows up like for the first time, I was really starting to feel like I'm fighting the same guys over and over again. Like the actual enemy variety in the game is pretty damn good, but because it's stretched out over such a long game, you do feel it starting to shrink from around like 70% of the way through the game.
Yeah, I felt it about like halfway through myself, but I agree. I feel like a shorter game would have made that seem like the enemy variety would have been great, coupled with all the marks and the hunts and stuff.
Yeah, I was quite happy to see like mid bosses like show up in different forms, like Malboros and behemoths and stuff like that. But whenever the new enemy varieties are like just Akashic versions of all the things you fought so far,
yeah, that was really disappointing to see.
Yeah,
and you could kind of see it happening early on. I think it's when you get to like the Iron Islands or something, and you start seeing everything that's Akashic version.
Sandbreak.
of-
The
of
first
just-
time, whenever you go to
Yeah.
Sandbreak for the first time, yeah, that's when. And then like after that, pretty much everything you start encountering Akashic versions of them as well. Yeah, like it wasn't Iron Islands. I think you fight the Akashic Malboro.
Yeah,
And then
I think it's just like you don't see any new moves really out of them, and that's the most disappointing thing. Even if it's just one or some kind of difference from them, or if they had a different way of you had to interact with them in a different way to kind of maybe stagger them or something. I don't know, something small, any kind of small adjustment like that, other than just they're blue now, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I personally find that the combat was fun to control and had me having fun just pulling off shit the entire way through. But definitely sense of difficulty ran out except for like certain marks and boss fights. Although I gotta say, I love the boss fights in this game. Absolutely.
Some of them are absolutely stunning. Yeah. I had a great time with the majority of them.
A lot of them, I know they get a good sense of having difficulty in a variety of ways. Like, you didn't like the Odin fight, but I love the Odin fight.
I cheesed him so easily. So what you do is when he does his slice across the floor where it's gonna hit like a crisscross across the floor.
Yeah.
You can actually just dodge behind him, and there's a whole free zone, and you could just free combo him behind him. So it was really easy for me. I just pretty much set up a lightning rod and hit him with a Giga Flare while he was busy doing his thing. So I rinsed him. I think I just found the strat really fast, so I was really disappointed.
I find the same strat, but I just kind of enjoyed it because I thought the entire move had you like essentially just avoiding the Zantetskin, just constantly being on the move to find like what is the safe space in the arena, because as soon as you're out of it, you know, you're taking pretty huge damage.
I think by that point I was really kind of tired of AoE in the game as a threat.
What did you think of the Final Fantasy 14 element of we're going to show the area where the attack is and you have to maneuver in position to avoid?
I think it was like really well used by like the dev team to kind of figure out a way that they know how to communicate damage coming in and to at least have a nice little setup of spectacle and stuff. I think it was overused a bit. I got a bit tiring. It's very easy once you know it's coming to dodge through something, and it felt like something that was a bit too easy to like practice. You know, once you've seen it once, it's like it's not a challenge. You're expecting it. You know.
Yeah. No, I can agree.
Like see these beams coming across the floor. Like once you see them once, you're like, okay, that's fine. Like the only thing that's going to put you in trouble is if you get locked in one of your own animations at that point.
Yeah, I felt like most of the time I got hit by things, it was by like something rushing across or just like a straight up like combo, short range combo. Funnily enough, Blands hit me a lot.
Blands were tough for me,
yeah.
I think I wish there was more enemies with strange shapes and amorphous kind of like bodies and things like that to keep it a bit spicy, because I think I think it's a lot easier to understand when someone's going to swing a sword at you rather than when a big blob is going to suddenly corkscrew, you know?
Yeah.
And that's more exciting when you're fighting monsters in this game, you know?
Trying to think of like some of the AoE monsters in particular. Like I find the stronger behemoth fights, whenever they started doing their like configurations of different type of meteors at the same time, that is when I feel like the AoE slash move telegraphing was sort of working at its best, because it was like sort of it was making you layer on different levels of how I have to evade stuff. Like the Svarog fight, whenever he summons meteors that, you know, do the shockwave at the same time that he's doing beams and other stuff. I thought that was when that stuff really shined the best. And I actually thought the final boss of the game did it real well for the most part.
I think Svarog is by far my favorite fight in the game because that's so effectively done. But I think I disagree when it comes to the behemoth fights. I feel like whenever those meteors came out, you were just not allowed to do anything until it was over.
Oh yeah, no, that's true. I mean,
You know,
I
that playing passively is a real pet peeve for me when I have to wait for something, because it just kind of it dampens my mood when I'm like really trying to, I guess, build a combo, you know, and hit, get that damage counter up.
yeah, I feel like playing this game, it is good to have the understanding that it is not actually a super heavy combo game for that reason. Because I don't mind playing passively like that. I don't mind having to spend a while just sort of like dodging and moving to make sure I can get through a thing okay. It's but yeah, I can understand it. It not quite Monster Hunter level, but like developing an awareness of the different abilities, especially whenever like bosses start bringing them out like one after another or at the same time. So yeah, reaction time alone sort of isn't enough. You have to understand how they're gonna, you know, interact and fill the space. But yeah, definitely. Just the one thing is that it really could have been tougher. Not in terms of like HP
Absolutely.
damage values, like getting hit. Actually, you do feel it quite a bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, for the most part, just the ability to constantly stagger. And I've been playing a little bit of Final Fantasy mode. And it hasn't really changed. Movesets haven't changed. The opponent weaknesses, like how easy it is to stagger them and stuff, hasn't really changed. The thing that has changed so far that is promising is just like how different monsters that they're putting in throughout the game.
Yeah, the sprinkling, it's different now, isn't it, per zone?
Yeah. If they keep that up, then you know, you could have those moments where a couple of guys are taking up a lot of your focus, but you also have to be mindful of the littler dudes around you. Like the Chronolith fights, I really enjoyed that. Boy, I thought the Chronolith fights were some of the coolest parts of the game, and I want to go back and find the rest of them, but
That's really interesting because I hated them. I thought removing the moveset that I'd like enjoyed trying to build or optimize, and I guess forcing me into that smaller one was tough for me to enjoy, because it was like, here's the specific answer to this. You have to just do that repeatedly now.
Yeah, no,
you know? For 3 minutes.
That is 100%. I agree with that. It's more just the configuration of enemies that you had in the Chronolith. They got more like experimental with them. Like they paired enemies that you wouldn't normally see together. Like a flan with a ninja, for instance, which, you know, had you dodging spells and people who jump out really quickly with like arena crossing attacks at the same time. But no, yeah, the actual the limiting of the abilities, definitely. I didn't hate it. Like I understood it was like the nature of the thing, but obviously, what my hope is that Final Fantasy mode does like the enemy combinations of the Chronoliths, but yeah, I still have access to all my abilities. So what do you think you would rate the combat if we're giving it a letter rating?
A letter rating.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a B plus. I would give it a B plus.
Yeah.
I mean, are we going up to S? Is that our tier list? Is it tier list letter ranking, or
what game would be S tier combat? That's kind of like God Hand for me, I guess. That'd be a difficult one. No, I agree. Somewhere around the B plus, even the like B minus, because like I said, I love almost everything you can do in this game. There are some like circle skills I didn't use a whole ton, like Ramu's thing. I would maybe open a fight with that, but that just slowed down the game way too much. They could have done a better way to take the Kingdom Hearts shot lock. But then you have stuff like Shiva's dodge. I love playing with Shiva. Shiva was like probably my favorite icon by the end, because Ice Age felt really nice. Rhyme was weird, but that's okay. Mesmerize was a nice area of attack, but the dodge, especially when you pull out the perfect dodge, you freeze everybody around you. Like I said, so many mechanics in this game worked really nicely. I just wish that and I guess they made the combat like there's only so much that you can make the combat in a game that's supposed to be widely accessible. Like, you know, this is supposed to be a game that it's not for Devil May Cry people so much. It is for like a much wider audience.
Absolutely, it's an entry point. You know.
So like there's only so much that you can design combat to be accessible and fun for people who are coming from that standpoint, while also having the room or growth of difficulty. So people looking for a more, you know, hardcore experience can also get that.
I feel like the skill ceiling is pretty low overall.
Yeah.
Which was kind of a partial disappointment for me.
There were some individual boss fights that give me a little bit of difficulty. The time whenever you get to Waloed and you fight Omega there was one of them, and the fight against Sleipnir actually had me a little bit pressed.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, but for the most part, not so much. What was I gonna say? I still feel like it's it's a much higher skill ceiling than something like a Nier Automata, for instance. Like you're not just invulnerable throughout the entire game if you want to be. Like in Nier Automata, you can literally just sort of mash dodge throughout the entire game and you'll be pretty much okay, except for whenever the bullet hell moments come out. In this game, you do have to time your dodge. You do have to, or your parry or whatever. If you get caught by something at the end of a dodge, you are fucked. But it is that staggerability of enemies, and then combine that with the, you know, the what's the word? The ability to read the attacks, the telegraphing of the attacks. You know, for people like you and me, for DMC Devil May Cry enjoyers, definitely is going to make it easier.
Yeah. I don't know. I think the use of the triangle button for that magic burst, I feel like it kind of dampened and slowed down. It felt very slow to hit the square triangle basic combo. It kind of felt a bit clunky, and I feel like they could have easily just gone the regular character action route of doing a square triangle, square triangle, square triangle.
If it was different combo
like
enders.
there's so many. Yeah, just there would have been plenty of different things, and they could have had different interactions, you know, and maybe had modifiers depending on the stance you were in.
Yeah, but 100%. Yeah, no, I would have liked the changing of icons to do more than just change the element of your magic and the circle alone. Especially since like the actual element of your regular magic attacks seem to do nothing. Like, even in the case where there are some enemies who have an iconic weakness, it doesn't seem like your spells hit the iconic weakness.
Yeah.
And also, I would have liked the theming on that magic to be a little cooler, a little stronger. Like if it was like a Kingdom Hearts situation where fire is a fireball, thunder strikes down, ice travels across the ground, like stuff like that. And yeah, a little more beef to your general combat, because then, yeah, you wouldn't spend as much time waiting for things to come back, because you would be having fun just varying combos yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
And I like I said, I thought it had like decent sort of additional abilities, like your lunge and your ability to jump up in the air and you know, store fire in your sword while you're doing other stuff and then unleash it afterwards, and little hops, all that stuff. Fairly decent, especially with Torgal. Like you can have him, like, you know, if you launch someone in the air, you can have Torgal knock them back down, or if you like launch someone to the ground, you can have Torgal like do his sick on them to hold them still, so you can get down and do a Punisher afterwards. There's a lot of cool stuff like that, but yeah, definitely like beef up your core combo ability, add some differences based on the icons. All that stuff would have been highly welcome. Would have like a mixture of that enemy variety, enemy, making the enemy slightly more intimidating. Would have probably like pushed it up to, top tier character action game almost.
Really, yeah, absolutely. Just a little bit more depth, really.
Yeah.
Would have done it. I wonder how much of that like depth would have been concerning for Square Enix or for creative business unit to kind of sell the game, though, realistically speaking, because like onboarding for gamers who haven't played a character action game before, it might be a bit intimidating, and I feel like a lot of their marketing material and their what is it called, the press tours and stuff, they were constantly really like trying to push this. It's a character action game. It's very different. It's not turn-based. Like, this is a different game. Like, really trying to drive that home to like fans or potential consumers, like that this is going to be very different. You need to expect this before they buy in and get potentially angry about it,
I mean,
and it seemed like it was a genuine fear because of how much they really iterated that in their tours.
Well, I mean,
a couple of.
I have watched, typically turn-based enjoyers or like Final Fantasy 14 players playing this game, and they definitely do get lost in the pace of it to some degree. There are some people out there who are definitely having trouble like keeping up with doing all their stuff and like using the accessories to help take over some of the stuff, like accessories to help dodging and stuff. So yeah, I can definitely see, like, especially like this game brought in an absolute metric fuck ton of Final Fantasy 14 players, and there are a lot of people who've been playing Final Fantasy 14 without playing like anything other than 1 or 2 games in the series, if any. So I can understand, their concern with bringing them in, but I feel like the kind of like depth stuff that we've been adding, like we've been talking about, it's more just like in Devil May Cry, for instance, half the advanced techniques are like value adds for the people who can use them, but for like me, I will find like my 8 or 9 moves per weapon that I know how to use and just vary between them and like not be able to do like the ridiculous combo stuff. So I do feel like there was, there is room to add that optional depth for people like you and me who would be more inclined to use it.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, no, but that's the thing, like even watching that, I do feel the urge to to hop on and beat some monsters up.
That's it. The hunts by far were the most exciting thing for me in that game. Like, I was desperate. Every time I finished the story segment, I was like, okay, I'm checking the hunt board. And the groan of disappointment out of me when there was no new hunts and I had to just keep playing the game.
They have
the main quest
3
or something,
spaces left there for hunts, and that's it. You're done. That's so frustrating. Although granted, by the end of the game, I was very, very ready for it to be done, and that is because the side quests. Tell me about the side quests, Rune.
You go and speak to someone. They ask you to go pick up something, usually out in the overworld. There could be 3 of them. You pick up 3 little glinting objects that are together out in the overworld. You get accosted by some monsters. Very easy encounter, and then you go back and report in and get a measly amount of money or as one of those slight accessories that we've already discussed, and that's it. You rinse and repeat.
Well, you've mischaracterized it a little bit, Rin. Sometimes you have to talk to multiple people. Yeah,
you certainly do.
The side quests are just straight up.
It's MMO.
It is MMO, and they're not good in MMOs.
No.
So they're not good
they're
here
what you
either.
do when you're like desperate for gil in an MMO.
Yeah. Did you enjoy much of the content of them?
Some stories were interesting, but I found a majority of the cast to be fairly, I guess, dry. would probably be the word for it. I didn't really care about these places that we were going to a lot of the time. I feel like the overall threat to, or I guess like the threat or the caste system / slavery of the branded, I feel like that was a really nice through line for the game, and it kind of got dropped the second the big bad decided to be a big bad. So I feel like all of that importance that they tried to cling on to and still really speak about the branded stuff was kind of overshadowed by the fact that Clive was actually busy with bigger things.
Well, see,
so to speak.
This is an issue with RPG storytelling in general, is whenever you build up a societal driving force at like something systemic and then you tie it to one bad guy, like first of all you're going to have to get rid of the human complexity when it actually comes down to, you know, beating the big bad.
Yes.
But also it sort of rings a little hollow, a little untrue, that this world slavery system is entirely the fault of this one guy. And I guess, you know, getting rid of magic is going to get rid of the primary cause of it, but it that's like the one thing that feels a little too sort of fairy tale ending to me to some degree. Yeah. They're actually, I agree, like some of the side characters, like especially like anytime I had to go talk to Lubor, I didn't give a shit.
Yeah.
Be gone, Lubor. I liked a lot of the characters back in the hideaway. But yeah, I thought like even the ones that I quite liked the content of, the like what we were doing, who we were talking to, even if it was just, I could have lived with talk to someone, fight thing, go back, get conclusion to side story.
Yeah.
It's just the game has like a script that is maybe about 30% longer than it needs to be.
And it's entirely voice acted.
Yeah.
I feel like all of the side quests, or at least the ones where they didn't have a large one of the larger side cast members starring in a starring role for that kind of, or where you got all their backstory, I feel like those could have been voice acted, no problem. But ones where it's just a random dude giving you a quest, that should have just been text that you can like skim read through and get through it. But it was fully voiced, and it did not have any effect on it whatsoever. You helped make some bread at some point. and that was like
that
supposed to be great and exciting, you know?
Yeah.
Like I don't care about that.
I think that one wasn't even like a side quest. I was like, was that part of the things that you had to do whenever you first arrived in Dalamil?
I don't quite remember. I feel like it could have been. It could have been one of those, you know, that you're token 3 quests and then you get an understanding of where you are.
That is the one of the big things that I think this game is tremendously ambitious and does some highly impressive things and has wonderful spectacle and does have a story that is very intriguing in large parts, but it just gets bogged down by its structure of all things. Yep. Not just the side quests, but I feel like the constant need to have things brought back to the hideaway.
That was very frustrating. There's a lot of teleporting.
Yeah, for real. And I do get that a lot of that was, you know, thematically, the importance of, to put it in the most basic terms, bonds.
Yes.
Actually, I do think it's, you know, it's neat from the sense of humans building logos through, you know, the notion of reflecting oneself off of others instead of gaining a deeper sense of sentience through that is a neat concept that the game builds towards. Even though it does, for the most part, feel like my bonds are what make me strong. I feel
like every game boils down to my bonds are what makes me strong, though. It's a running theme across all of these RPGs.
It's particularly consciously made in this one. Like it is on the face of it a bit, and yeah, I don't mind that so much. And I get that a lot of the things, like going to the hideaway and building up your little Pokemon badge collection, are essentially to tie into that theme. But it definitely does not help the dynamism of the story when you are constantly coming back to the hideaway. Whenever Sid's hideaway got destroyed at the start, I was like, oh shit, okay, nice. We're changing things up. There is no, you know, the status quo is gone. We will just constantly be moving from now on. But nope, they just have a different hideaway to keep going back to. And especially whenever the actual plot itself, the way that the world is moving is that dynamic. Like, the situation is constantly changing of like the different nations warring and so on, like what places this danger is happening in. I think of like a Final Fantasy IX where you're constantly moving from location to location, either to address a big threat in one place or to get away from a big threat in another place, or you know, one place or another has the solution that you need or the thing that you need to get away from. But in this game, it always does come back to the home base. Yeah, I think I don't like home bases in video games.
Yeah, I don't think it works often. It feels like you're just kind of operating from a hub and playing levels.
Yeah.
You know, I think in the fact that you feel like you're inhabiting a world, that you're traversing or kind of traveling to different places. Like, I understand there's limitations to this kind of game being so massive and you have to have the teleporting between zones or whatever. But it's just the fact that there's that hub world in the middle for sure that really kind of distances you from experiencing or living in that world, you know?
Yeah, and certainly it can work in games, but I feel like particularly in big, you know, world-trotting stories like this, God of War Ragnarok is another one I think of, and so too is Horizon Forbidden West. It shrinks the world to some degree, and it gets rid of a lot of sense of urgency to me. You know, even if we just had like a ship or an airship, or like we camped in different places with our crew. Like, for instance, Drakengard 3 does precisely that. Between missions, it's like Zero and her buck boys, like, camping wherever they are in the world, and that's where you talk to them, like wherever it is you're camping at. And I don't think you have to get rid of it entirely, but it is the fact that you're almost always tied to it. You get very little breaks from that structure of go out into the world, do the next big story beat, get back home, do side quests, check in with everybody, upgrade your equipment. It really it makes the game a little more monotonous and a little more repetitive than it should be. Lap is complaining that I haven't been responding to chat, but we're digging in here.
I would agree with Pimmy though. Like, FF15 does a really great job of making the gang feel a bit more cohesive.
Yeah,
and that you're actually experiencing the world.
It's just
as that gang, you're playing the role of those people, and I feel like the way you said those camping things, like that would have worked great if there was a couple of those. Like if you went to Martha's Rest and like stayed a night, and got to like shoot the shit with Jill or Sid for a bit while you were traveling somewhere, not while you were actively playing. You know, just some like actual like slice of life shit.
Because
you know?
A lot of places that you go to, like whenever you're first going to Rosaria and you know you're hitting up the Phoenix Gate or so on, or whenever you're going into Dalmacia, you stop off at like this little like stop town before you hit up Dalamil. Why can't that be our camp as we then go on into the rest of the region? Why do we have to go there, dig into the region a bit, go back home, go back to the region, and then dig into it? Like, just it is the constant return that
it's tedium.
That really, it is.
Really.
Yeah,
it's pure tedium.
It really is. Also, sorry if anybody can hear kids chatting in the background. My brother brought his whole family here. It's like 4 kids.
That's me yelling.
That is Brune yelling. Also, welcome Beastie, Ashen, Scoby. Welcome everybody. But yeah, the problem with Final Fantasy 15 is that as soon as that world opens, it ends. Shortly after you reach town number 2, you're in the home stretch to complete the rest of the game.
Yeah, it really is.
And just the like every character has to have every side character has to have a complete arc that ends at the same part of the game. Also makes it feel like towards the end of the game it feels incredibly artificial. Even
It's exhausting at that point.
It truly is. It's pretty dire. Even if I do care about, you know, a good few of these characters, to the point that it is nice to see things get tied up for them. Yeah, that last portion of the game was rough to try and like do a full completion of, and I did want to. I still want to do it because, like I said, the content of a good few of the side quests is, you know, worthwhile to me. But even the ones where it is worthwhile, like I said, you can reduce the script by about 50%. Even if you're going to keep it all voice acted, there's just like people talk too much. Like they
really do.
They spend too much time getting to a point. Definitely could have used an editor. But yeah, what do you think of the story itself?
It was really thin, to be quite honest. I was excited for a more interesting and gritty take, and I got two bros at the end. You know, just got two bros, really loving being brothers. I thought I was really excited to see the kind of like mirror of Jill getting her revenge in the Iron Islands, like seeing her get more visibly like angry and upset and ready to enact revenge on the people that like captured her originally, and forced her to do all those awful things while you were away being an assassin, you know? Just prior to you going to those Iron Islands, Clive gets his Dark Link moment. He fights the evil inside himself, and he like accepts that he's a Freeth, and gets this like moment of, or I guess like this newfound clarity to move forward with the story, which could have helped with Jill's like same journey that she was about to go on, that he was facilitating and going with her because, you know, plot reasons. The crystal was also there that they both go to. Jill has this like, it's about to be a massive moment in front of this crystal, and whoever those bad guys were, the kind of minor priesthood, or I think they were kind of religious zealots or something, were they crystal zealots? But it just boils down to she turns into Shiva and freezes an arena for Clive to get the job done. And I was like, all of her agency that was built and really exciting was just removed at that moment. And I guess from that point onwards, I was like, well, this is certainly just Clive gets to do everything, the show. Yeah. And I think it could have went so many cool directions, even like a little Jill playable segment or something where you just run around as Shiva. Like it swaps to Shiva for like half of the fight, and you could like just fight the bigger monster while Clive's just doing some bullshit in the middle with an AI or something. I don't know. But there's just a million ways you could have made that more interesting and given the main supporting cast like the due diligence of, you know, being good characters rather than just we are fuel for Clive, you know? Yeah. And that's all it really boils down to, is that someone is fuel for Clive, and then he gets the gunk, gets to suck it up, and then he moves on, you know? Yeah. And that character is therefore useless. That dominant, that huge player in the world is now useless, and now it's just a Clive show. Definitely. It feels weird.
100% largely down to the fact that Clive is the only playable character.
Yes.
It always has to boil back down to Clive because, you know, gameplay wise, it does have to boil back down to Clive. I personally do not.
You liked Jill by the end of it.
Jill's nice. Jill's decent. She like I can accept you know, static characters to go with the more dynamic ones. I think it's pretty, you know, essential to have them. I do think that her character arc sort of did get tied away too early. with that whole thing. I think like she has the occasional moment to shine, but it's like in the same way that other characters do. Like they come in for their cameo, their moment to open up the climax for Clive.
That was a big issue for me because
no, I can understand
dominant.
that.
Like
Yeah.
she should have had much bigger of an impact. Like she comes in during that Odin fight to get you away and help you save, and what happens? She primes and the cutscene goes to black.
Yeah,
that is it. You don't see shit.
100% could have. I mean that genuinely that like given how like relatively simple the core moveset of Clive is, I don't think there's any reason not to have a few other playable party members in this. Obviously, dev cost time, stuff like that. But, you know, give Jill the Shiva circle move that you use. Her and Joshua already have their own special moves, their own unique special moves in the game that they use in fights. I don't know why we couldn't use that.
They have so many animations.
Yeah.
it's nuts. Like the stuff they were doing is really cool. Like Joshua has a whole fucking beam that he shoots out. I don't know. Even if you could like interact or throw in a reaction command, a la Kingdom Hearts shit, like that triangle button that you just contextually press when a move is ready with a party member. Like holy shit, that could have just like at least give you a cinematic pan to your party member doing something that you've triggered, I think Final Fantasy VII Remake, the second one, Rebirth, I think they're going this route, and it looks amazing. I think they could have easily incorporated a minor version of that in this, and it would have just made them feel that much more tangible to you.
Or even just those moments where like you get to play as them for a while. Like maybe I can see not making them entire full characters because the nature of the game story, does build Clive to be able to like Clive is the only one who can sort of sustain an entire gameplay an entire game's worth of play by himself by nature of the shit that he can do. But yeah, no there was room for expansion there, and the story does suffer a little bit. I don't agree with the take that you could remove Jill for the game and it not have a big impact on the story. I think that is taken a bit too far, but I can understand people's disappointment with how much most of the cast, like I can appreciate the cast being there for their moments, but I definitely agree that maybe it could have benefited from being more of a directly ensemble thing, rather than being centered on Clive. But I'm not gonna complain about characters not getting top billing in a game that is centered on one character's journey in particular. If you get me? Without Joe, Clive would have had to kiss Dion. But I can understand it. I like the predominantly most of the cast. I do think that everyone had a fairly toned down personality. Like Sid was one of the most type A characters in the game, and we lost him fairly early. Everyone else was a bit more, I don't know, pensive, reticent, not as expressive. Clive gets, I don't know, a little bit cheeky as he goes in, but otherwise it's like the villains tend to be the more explosive personalities. Like you don't have that dynamic of a party that like conflicts with each other and have like different kinds of chemistry, which obviously is not as exciting for things like dialogue and stuff.
Yeah, I feel the entire, like, I guess the good guys were all too agreeable. Like there was just no conflict between them as a group. I can't recall any. Do you?
No.
I'm trying to think right now. I don't think there was any point where
besides like a
no
little
one
bit
disagreed.
Of like backbiting between characters, not so much. And I think that is in part, they tried to not make characters cartoony in nature. Like they did try to go for Like Final Fantasy 14, I feel like the characters sort of like lean into almost sitcom-y levels of like interactive tropes to some degree at some point. And I think they were trying to avoid that with this. But I don't know. I just always think like to Final Fantasy 9 and how, you know, the rich tapestry of relationships between characters in Final Fantasy 9 is like even the foursome of Zidane, Vivi, Garnet, and Steiner have a much broader range of like moods to their interaction than the entire principal cast of this game outside the villains, which yeah, was unfortunate. But
I feel like if you take that cast as an example, as a reference point, as we are now, a lot of those characters at different moments of times have different driving forces for them to get to different places. They don't want to be together. Like some of them don't want to be together. Like Steiner wants to get Garnet back. Like they all want to do like slightly different things. Like Zidane wants to just fuck off back to Lindblom or whatever at the time near the start of the game. He just wants to get back with his crew. Things like that. Like they're still like kind of getting to grips with each other as a unit and just have to work together because of the situation at hand. Whereas the overall situation in Final Fantasy 16 is that everyone has to band to Clive. Yeah. You know? And they have to agree with him because he's the only one who can do anything. And it's a bit, I don't want to say power fantasy, but it removes the complexity of those kind of relationships. Or the complexity wasn't included.
Yeah, the part of the story that I enjoyed following the most in this was sort of the situation of the world. You know, the use of icons as a plot point. I actually thought that was more interesting than the Mother Crystal stuff, to be honest. Like the Mother Crystal causing the blight was neat and everything, but the notion of, you know, every country has essentially a human nuke.
Yeah.
I wish that had been more the focus of the plot for a longer time. I mean, the characters do talk about it to some degree, but it doesn't really factor into what's actively going on in the plot. I mean, it does at some points. Sorry. For instance, the fact that Talkin pulls back from the siege of Twin Cities, or whatever you call it.
Twinside?
Yeah, Twinside, which essentially leads to the entire shit that goes on with the palace that causes Dion to then go berserk and Omega pops up to do the big spell. That was pretty neat. That was a good example of like precisely what I wanted from this game's story. And I like I said, I liked most of the stuff that was the stuff that you're doing in this game. I was interested in, and I'm glad it didn't boil down entirely to we're going to do this Mother Crystal now. They did mix it up with like shit happening, like actually now Waloed is attacking Twinside, so we have to go there and get mid, and they do spend a good deal of time building up like Barnabas as a big threat after that. But yeah, the inter-character relationships and dynamics were very smooth sailing for sure. Not as interesting on that side. Like it was more interesting whenever it was like, you know, Clive and Sid sort of learning to get along at the start, and like that was a moment where they had different motivations.
I feel like they didn't have to learn to get along though, because just Sid is just so personable and immediately saw use in Clive, you know?
Yeah.
I like they absolutely had different motivations, though. Agreed, but I don't know if it was difficult for them to learn to get along.
There's a little bit of friction at the start, but not like a huge ton for sure. But yeah, no, I thought that the game definitely suffered just from taking Sid out of it. Also, did I say thank you, Snoozy Bench, for the follow? Because thank you.
Oh, Bench. Snoozy Bench, good.
And yeah, I actually enjoyed like the mystery of what is going on with this extra fire dominant, what's up with Ifrit, and the actual solution to the mystery is not bad either, but I feel like you sort of see where it's going fairly early. I think maybe they tipped their hand a little too much with like having Omega appear whenever you destroy the first Mother Crystal. So yeah, overall I'd say like I enjoy the events of the story and I don't dislike any of the characters. And I do think that the Joshua Clive relationship as well as the Joshua or the Clive Jill relationship, I like those, but yeah, definitely not like the strongest cast in a Final Fantasy by any measure.
I'm also a Gav hater, Pimmy.
You're a Gav hater?
Yeah.
I don't mind
Gav is too
that.
annoying.
I was okay with them. But yeah, is there much else to say on Final Fantasy 16?
Can't really think of much else to say. I guess. How did you feel inhabiting the world of Final Fantasy 16 as a white man and surrounded by white men in very non-white locations and locales? How do you feel about it as a social?
I mean, I personally think that the people of Dalmatia are racialized. Like they are all darker skinned and dark haired people.
They're
no, see, like they're
Caucasian.
They are racialized. They are racialized within like their appearance. Like
their clothing.
I could definitely. I mean, no, like they're actual like features as well. Like obviously not the facial features. Everyone has the facial features of a Final Fantasy 14 character, and I think to straight up depict it as white rather than, you know, the standard thing of. It's like how everybody assumes that anime characters are white. Like, you know, the whole thing of like Izuku Midoriya from My Hero Academia. You know, people will accept white people cosplaying him, no problem. But if a person of color cosplays him, people get in a tizzy. I think there's a bit of that going on in this discourse. But I'm not gonna step on anyone's feelings if they feel like, you know, the game could be more representative, or if they're upset. Especially with what he calls awful, like oh, okay, yeah, the justification, this is supposed to be a legitimately isolated part of the world. You don't see any other character from the game that isn't this part of the world. But I mean, that's your own in-universe justification. That's not a good reason to explain it.
It's incredibly thin.
Yeah.
It's not a good enough reason, especially to take all those like our own world's kind of influences in terms of like architecture, cultural like standpoints, like clothing and whatnot. I think it's incredibly thin and not a good point to rest your laurels on. Anyway. Yeah.
So you know, there's obvious points to complain for, but at the same time, I think that people maybe run with it a bit more than I would. But I don't care if you do. Like, not in a I don't care what your feelings are. Like, I think there would be zero problem with trying to get more representative within the game. But I do think that, you know, I'm not the person to ask, first of all. I'm happy to listen to other people.
That's fair. I think it's an important like question to ask, regardless of whether you think you're the person to ask or not. I think it's a good dialogue to have, whether because like we're the people that are being represented there, and I think it's a bit of a social failing in terms of representation. I don't think it's like necessarily ruined the game or anything, but it does make me feel uncomfortable. You know, it felt like a bit of a step back, considering Creative Business Unit have plenty of depictions of like multiracial people in Final Fantasy 14. I don't know. I don't see why they couldn't make this a bit more of a, I guess, racially expansive game. There's just no reason for it for me. I couldn't see as to why, and I still think it's worth talking about. I don't think it's worth harping on about. That said, you know, because it's not going to change anything. But if you don't point it out, then nothing's going to change. You know. I think it's still worth talking about.
Sure. I gotta disagree with that. I wouldn't want to disagree with that. Yeah. I don't know. To me, there is just some matter of what do we expect from what games and why. Like, is there a world in which there is a decent in-universe justification for a lack of representation, or is it always a matter of that you should probably consider representation and social implications of the story that you're telling and the world that you're making in front of the story that you're trying to tell? I'm not saying one way or another. I'm just saying like this is a, it's a question that is on my mind. Maybe it's not, even a good question to ask, but that's just the kind of stuff. It's what I think of. And I mean,
no, I see what you mean in terms of like what you expect of these games, these genres and stuff.
I don't feel particularly represented by a world full of English people. I do not feel represented by this English medieval fantasy bullshit. This does not reflect anything that I recognize in my life except for skin color.
Exactly.
And that's it.
I guess it depends on your kind of worldview and where you kind of feel inside the world. If you feel like you're kind of more of an insular person, like you feel like you're more of an Irish person than a worldly white person.
Well, yeah, I mean,
certain times it depends on how you kind of.
I live in a society in which I am racialized, in spite of, having the same skin color as what is the dominant culture. So
yeah,
not to anywhere near the same extent of any person of color living in a majority white country, but
anyway, like the only thing I want to say is just on your point of it being like just. What do we expect of these RPGs or these genres, and in terms of like these kinds of representation and stuff? I don't think it's a question of what we should expect. It's I think we should look back at what has been released and in terms of those kind of situations of representation and why things are get dialed back in certain situations. Like obviously there's those in-world justifications. We have that. It's very thin. It's shit. Yoshi P should never have said that. But regardless of that, I still think it's worth looking at previous works from these studios, seeing what they have included, and then surely just including it further, like in future works. Like if it's a case of just like these high fantasy settings where anything goes, there's just no reason for it,
Yeah.
Like you got to make a very strong argument. And
yeah, no, I do think that it's like the response is not going to satisfy anyone, regardless of how justified he might have felt in making it.
Oh, of course not. No.
And
like Bob's saying, like we've got Beastmen as well, like giant monsters and stuff, all included in previous titles from Square Enix, and we just don't include it this time. I mean, I think it's a worthy point to kind of stick on and say, hey, what happened there? It's not worthy.
No,
it's not 100%. Like tear each other apart about it. Like I'm not saying that, but I think it's worthy of just like really noticing and kind of wishing for better.
Just the thing that's coming to my mind is like there's one character that isn't from Ballasted that we meet in the whole game. But I'm thinking, is even just thinking that, is that just buying into the logic of the in-universe justification?
Yeah. Anyway,
but no,
all I have on it.
It is definitely a conversation worth having, and I know I've listened to a lot of people talk on it. I listened to a lot of people who have not bought this game specifically for that reason. Talk on it. I'm still, there's no one conclusion to come to. I'm trying to, keep my worldview expanding on that, and maybe my feelings will change.
Of course.
But also, there is always going to be a defensive nature which I and other gamers will combat against in like a sort of, I don't know, almost mealy mouthed way, you know? Like, I don't want to be too accepting of shit like that either, that, you know, does cause some people difficulty. Yeah.
That's true.
I
think
the conversation will go on, and
yeah, it could go on forever for sure. I think the final point is that I just think we should always ask for more when we're presented with these kind of, you know, lacking situations. That's all. I think it's worthy to just keep in your head.
I mean, I wish the game took place outside of Valstad so we could get, you know, a more expensive story and also
oh my god,
address that.
I wish we could come to a new city and not find it immediately destroyed halfway through the game, but yeah. The world is a bit rough in that sense. I guess the world building. But yeah.
Yeah, but I've never looked to Final Fantasy to like address any manner of real life social.
No, of course not.
Manner, like,
I don't think you should look to any one specific media for that. I think they should just do that anyway.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. No,
that should just happen naturally through whatever team's development and
thoughts on the use of the words Final Fantasy in the game. Yeah. Oh man, a lot of the stuff by the end of the game was too cute. By half.
Oh god, it was. What do you think of the final kaiju sequence?
I thought that the actual the fight itself, I could tell what I was doing, but visually it was just
too much.
Way too much. That a lot of people find the visuals in the game to be too much in general. I did not. That moment was too much.
Yeah.
I
found the
kaiju
Bahamut fight similar. Once you're in space and there's too many projectiles, it's just kind of a bit flashing lights for me. The only way I could tell I was doing good was by staring at the health bar and the numbers on screen. Just hoping that my button presses were coinciding with big number.
Yeah.
I'm hoping for the best.
I could appreciate the spectacle, but in terms of actually playing it, yeah, too messy, for sure.
What was your favorite kaiju fight?
Probably the Titan one.
Same. That running segment, blew my mind. I was so in, and it was obviously Soken going hard as well.
And the way it's just, I honestly enjoyed the way that it just kept going and escalating, and when you thought it was done, it still wasn't done.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed that. The Gerudo one was like a good baseline. I was really, really disappointed that we never got an Odin kaiju fight. That was tremendously disappointing to me.
Yeah,
that is the one I was looking forward to the most. But yeah, I mean, I read afterwards, Scobie, that the word that they did use in Japanese was literally, the Japanese term for Final Fantasy. They call it Final Fantasy in Japan, but they essentially use their own Japanese translation of Ultimate/Final Fantasy. And in Japanese it's a reference, but it's not literally saying the title of the game, whereas in English they don't literally say the title of the game, but they translate it to the point that you can see what's happening. I feel like it was probably maybe a little too cute either way, but specifically in English, I think it might have just putting Final and Fantasy in the same sentence is a bit
too much. He said the thing,
Yeah.
I was Leonardo DiCaprio pointing at my screen. There's no way. That's the only reaction you would want out of fans at that point. That's all.
But I wonder if it was less obnoxious in Japanese, because it is not literally saying, they're not saying Final Fantasy, they're not saying Final Fantasy as they would call it in Japan. They're just saying the words Ultimate Fantasy. Do you think game being written in English first made a big difference? I don't know. I wonder. Was it written in English first, or was it? I thought it was like sent back and forth constantly. Was the sort of the thing? Because there are translation differences throughout. I did see a lot of like translation comparisons.
I haven't seen any of those. Anything decent?
I mean, obviously there's just a greater focus on vulgarity in English because, you know...
Live says fuck.
Yeah, there isn't really a Japanese for fuck in the way that we say it. Like, they have their expletives, but they're expletives that would be... What's the word? Appropriate for a teenager to use. If you get me, or like for a child to use, like shimata. Or koniaro for like you bastards. Like stuff like that. It doesn't have the same edginess. Like you'll see that in this game, but you'll see that in like every other game, whereas you won't see like fuck in every other game. But yeah, no, I wonder. Hopefully more stuff like that will come out, because it is very interesting always to watch how localization of these games goes. The fucking was a little too much. I don't think it was like anywhere near the sort of OMG, it's edgy, just like Game of Thrones that some people like tried to mental it up with. It's still very much. It doesn't sacrifice what is happening in the moment for the opportunity to make a sex joke or to say a fuckity fuck a lot. It just peppers them in. Or like whenever someone has to do a expression of rage, anger, resignation, or whatever, sometimes it'll be a fuck. And maybe the fuck is a little too goofy for the moment, but it doesn't do. No one says the words "you need a bad pussy" in Final Fantasy 16. So I've seen that sort of take a lot, and I think, nah, that feels, you know, that is a canned response. That people have seen that because they've seen that this game has been inspired by Game of Thrones. But yeah, overall, where do you think it lies in like the series for you, placement wise?
Yeah, it kind of plunks itself right in the middle for me.
Yeah, same.
Definitely nowhere near top 5. Like,
it's better than the worst. It's better than all the bad ones. I would place it roughly equivalent with the lower side of the good ones. Like maybe above 15, below 5 kind of thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I definitely, I feel like I got a lot of the highs that I was hoping for, and I got it hit a lot of points that I wanted it to hit, but just bogged down a little bit by one too many problems in, like I say, the structure of the game, the combat not quite reaching the heights that it could have, and not, you know, a bad story by any means as far as I'm concerned, but one that I can see the problems in. One that could have been fixed in a lot of ways, for sure. But yeah, I think.
Yeah, I would wholly agree. Yeah.
Now, would you want this team to make the next Final Fantasy game?
Absolutely not. I think I think the combat designers should absolutely make another game. 100%. That side of things, I think anyone who's in charge of the supplementary content for the game in terms of the side questing and things like that, because that just felt different. That was clearly in charge of other people. I don't think they should be in charge of that anymore. I feel like that for the amount of content that was provided, the quality or value of that content was incredibly low.
What about just quickly, music and visuals?
Like, visually, it's stunning. Like, you can't take that away from it. A bit loud, of course, at times in terms of like particle effects and stuff like that in the midst of gameplay, but like cinematically, it looks wonderful. I think the kind of this kind of like cat-like look to everyone. It's obviously in 14. It's just a stunning like look, and they've translated it from like character artwork to, I guess, 3D modeling so well. It looks a little bit weird on some, I guess, more masculine features and characters. But I think like overall it just looks wonderful. I think the depictions of the summons as well are really good.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure.
Like it's Final Fantasy when you see summons on screen, you know?
To me, I feel like everything that comes from like a design perspective, from the direction of the cutscenes to character outfits, like the general look and aesthetic of it, I all really like. The one problem is that in the game, things in general could be like a little less desaturated, and obviously, less part of.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. A bit more saturation in terms of like actual like the actual world that you're kind of in. But then again, I don't know, like how much could you say, like color in this world a little bit more without dampening the excitement of the particle effects and everything that you're the magic that you're casting.
Maybe that is a big part of the.
You would really need to carry that with, I guess, visual effects and sound to kind of like really cement those as like something still worth exciting to see and look at. But then again, if you're watching the gameplay, it probably wouldn't feel as exciting.
Yeah, no, that I didn't think about that. It could be in part just to help the magic pop more, for sure. Yeah, no, I think I agree. And you know what? Good job to soak into the music. He's not one of my favorite composers of all time, but he can get those highs in there. He can step up the music, and like his music is good in general. There's a lot of like good music in this game. I
feel like the soundtrack's at its weakest when there's callbacks going on, to be quite honest. When it's like bringing the prelude and stuff. And I could be with the moments that these things happen during, feeling a bit cheesy at times. But I don't know. I feel like every time Soken was let off the leash a bit, it was better. It was better for it.
Yeah.
It felt new. It felt like something I wanted to actually.
I like the leitmotifs within the game itself. Final Fantasy 16's leitmotifs, like the Phoenix theme, the Ifrit theme, Barnabas's weird half synthy string theme. A lot of that was cool, but yeah, no, definitely they use the Final Fantasy main theme too much, for sure.
Yeah, I think my favorite bit of music is it's tied between obviously the Titan fight, which is just basically FF14 Titan. Yeah,
I wasn't familiar with that. I went back to listen to that afterwards because I actually mentioned it during stream. I was like, oh, that's cute. That's okay. Yeah, Reference your own work in another game, like that's fine.
That was pretty cool. I really like that moment. But when you're, I think it's when you first go to Waloed or something, and you meet Ultima with Joshua, and he's explaining, the plot about what he's doing and why he's doing it. There's this like really otherworldly synth kind of track playing while he's explaining these plot points, and you're kind of running through that, I guess, Memoria kind of area. I don't know how else to describe it. Yeah, it's absolutely stunning, and there's only very few moments where that kind of like, I guess, like truly fantastical sounding soundtrack like kind of came through. And I really appreciated those points because it felt almost like it was touching on the sci-fi elements that Final Fantasy often kind of like touched on in places, and I really appreciated that.
I wouldn't have minded if they.
I hope to see more.
It would be nice if they layered that in there. Like if they were going to introduce Ultima as early as they did, it would have been nice if they also brought more of that sci-fi stuff outside of just the echoes themselves. Yeah. Throughout the game.
Yeah, the edging of the airships and stuff, and finding out more about the echoes was truly a travesty as well.
Yeah. Especially when like you're fighting bosses like the Living Flame. That was a nice like surprise. I did not expect you to see you anywhere in this game. Kind of boss.
Yeah.
Like more things like that, as well as just like, yeah, more like the ancient technology coming through would be nice. I liked a couple of like more like easygoing, like atmospheric pieces in the game a lot as well. Sid's theme, that little acoustic guitar ditty, I really enjoyed that. And that I can't remember what you call it, but the one song goes bum 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 bum. I think it's the theme for Lost Wing or someplace like that. Yeah, it definitely has like its fair share of good ass music. I wouldn't mind if Soken continues to compose, but yeah, he's not still quite wall to wall bangers for me as of yet. But yeah, that's enough about Final Fantasy 16.
Yeah, that's plenty. That's nearly 2 hours.
Yeah. I knew we were going to talk about it a lot, but I didn't realize we were going to talk about it that much.
It's an important series to me. Like, it's something I grew up with. So I was obviously gonna like really want to delve into it as well.
100%.
I'm sure it's important for you as well. I'm making your fucking Armored Core Final Fantasy mechs.
Yeah, Final Fantasy is like, it's hard to say favorite video game series, but it is one that is going to be with me for the rest of my life. It's one of the favorites for sure. I have such love for the world and culture built up, and some of my all-time favorite games are in the series. Yeah, I'm very glad that we did talk about it, that we did cover it in such length. I was worried that whenever it's done, like, have I lost the thoughts in my head about this game to some degree, but nope.
That's what I was really worried about as well. I was like, damn, do I need to maybe like sit down, watch some gameplay, and take a few notes and get a doc ready before we start this? I just was like, no, just pour it out anyway.
The footage for Final Fantasy 16 that we were just talking over all came from the channel Shirako. You can follow that link there. Shirako does a whole lot of 4K, 60 FPS, no commentary gameplay videos. It's where I like source the majority of gameplay videos, especially for newer games. So you just want to see someone playing a new game with no commentary on the highest possible settings. That's where you go. Rin, what game do you want to talk about next?
Let's keep talking about things that we both like Parasite Eve.
You're saving the pain for later? Is that what's happening?
Let's talk about Parasite Eve.
Let us talk about Parasite Eve. What a game.
I can see why you love it so much. I can see why you would commit to playing it every year.
Yeah.
At this point. What a treat. What a fucking treat of a game.
Turned out it was a bad commitment. Yeah, the first game was just such a absolute complete package.
Yeah, it really is. A product of its time for sure. Like, it could never like sell something like this. It's pure like 90s propaganda, mixed in with that like thriller horror, like not even survival horror, but the body horror of it all kind of mixed in. It certainly felt like it's from the 90s, you know?
I gotta say, that is something that I regret. Like, obviously, fuck the police. But I hate that our constant engagement with the injustices of the justice system have made it impossible to buy into a fantasy to some degree. To be able to not even uncritically, like, some people just cannot critically engage with the idea of a police protagonist being a good person. And I don't think, you know, it depends on where you live, that is exceptionally wrong, or, you know, it's just, whenever I play games like this, it definitely just feels like it's a bit sad that that's just like totally gone now. Like, we have to be so reactionary to the depiction of police, and, you know, I feel this in my heart, but whenever I play games like that, I try not to say it, because that just, like, I don't know, it feels like it brings what could have been a more earnest experience into a little, you know, too sharp kind of skepticism, I feel like, or cynicism. But obviously, but my point is here, you're entirely right. You couldn't make this game now. I don't think that we would buy the NYPD as being all good guys. But then again, I mean, we had Leon Kennedy in Resident Evil 2.
Yeah, I mean, he's like special agent cop now, so he's like world cop.
Yeah.
So I think people don't mind that as much.
He's a Fed now. That's okay.
Yeah.
So
Anyway, no, I didn't mean to like bring straight into it's fucking propaganda.
No,
I love this experience. It's a wonderful game.
That's 100% me. That's something that's been on my mind for quite some time now. That is something that, you know, it's a thing, like, I don't disagree with it, but I do feel it. I feel the loss. But yeah, no, it's like comic booky, or like, you know, 90s anime OVA-ish.
Yes,
and it's
100%.
A depiction of the police as a ready to go force for good. But yeah, no, sorry, but I feel like I really derailed things there.
No, good. I just, no, regardless of like the propaganda nature of it, like, it's just, it feels like you're playing one of those like movies from back in the day.
Yeah,
you know? Like, it's, and it's not a bad thing at all. It's like it's captured that, I guess, the zeitgeist, whatever you want to call it, of that era of like media.
Like a almost will, like, it's a fantasy. It is a fantasy of like not so much being the police, but like being Aya Brea, like this rough and tumble character who is like perfectly positioned to take the guns to these mutants as she's developing her psychic powers. It's so fantastical. First of all, what drove you to play this game? What was the inciting factor that got you revisiting Parasite Eve? Or well,
I had Final Fantasy VIII on. I had like the disc, the box disc, and on the back of it, it showed all the different Square Enix titles at the time, and Parasite Eve was always on there, and it just kind of stuck in the back of my mind since I was like 8.
Yeah.
And I was like, how did I never get around to this? And I just constantly heard you singing its praises, and it's like, there's no reason for me not to try this sooner rather than later, you know? So I kind of just wanted to jump in, and I was immediately enamored. I loved it from the get-go. It felt like such a strange little mishmash of all the things I loved about games from that era. Yeah, there's no other, like, no really ulterior reasoning for it, other than the fact that it just felt like one of those like empty parts of the catalog that I should have tried.
The missing gaps in the canon. I'm always identifying those. Fun, man. I need to make more time to get into those. It's all been new games with me lately because this year's just been absolutely ridiculous.
That's what I've been trying to do, is just, it's pure missing gaps in canon, or if I see someone play something that's immediately like really cool looking, like Taylor and Onimusha. I saw him play Onimusha 2 and I was like, I need to jump on this. This looks gorgeous. This is exactly what I was hoping for, and it's that kind of retro kind of wave that I'm on, you know? There's no reason for me not to try this and just jump straight in. So I think that's just kind of the wave that I'm personally on at the moment.
Yeah.
But, things like that. Regardless of whether they're tank control games or anything like that, or the actual mechanics of the games are quite similar. It's certainly like an era of games that I missed out on as a kid.
Yeah, no, it is phenomenal to go back there and just find new games that you can be totally normal about. But yeah, it's kind of funny. The word zeitgeist is definitely something that's popping into mind. Just like sort of remembering all the different things from this game, like that. The era of sci fantasy, of like using psychic powers to fight mutants, spontaneous combustion being a thing. Like, when's the last time anyone? I feel like spontaneous combustion was like one of those things alongside barrels of toxic waste and
conspiracy theories
and quicksand.
All those use of conspiracy theories and things.
Like these are things that felt like they had a much more prominent space in the collective imagination in the past than they do now, and it does really it is such a slice of the past in terms of like its story elements. Of course, if anyone doesn't know, this is based on a novel originally, Parasite Eve, which from what I've seen of it reads more like a medical transcript than anything. Like there's a shit ton of just detail gone into like what the mitochondria is actually doing. Like the science behind the sci-fi of it gets just a ton more space. And I thought like the few times they did it in this game was, you know, cute, and like you know, it's nice to spend time just like sitting around getting that, you know, when you're in the museum and you meet the, I forget what you call it, the bad doctor, and you're sort of like going over the all the supposed science behind the game. It's utterly silly, like not believable, but it is nice that they treat it with that level of detail and in-world justification. They
respect their canon.
Yeah, yeah. It felt like
even if it's just biology 101, you know, just taken to the nines, but it's not a bad thing at all.
It's like what I miss about Mass Effect 1. Mass Effect 1's codex was very good for that kind of stuff as well, like delving into the science behind like how their weapons and the Mass Effect cannons, or whatever you call those relays, how they all work. I just like how they sort of built it into the plot. It felt like playing a sci-fi horror movie. Like it was very much that scene. I suppose that can be said for like a lot of the game. It does feel very like movie-like in its structure, the way it's all centered in New York City. The plot is sort of always very tightly towards you chasing down Eve and discovering more about what she's about, as well as, you know, what you're about, the backstory, why you also have these psychic powers. Yeah, and I feel like we'll get into Parasite Eve 2 in a bit, surely. But that tightness was really, really lacking from the second game by comparison.
For sure.
Yeah, and then man, how do you like the combat in this game?
I really liked it. I think the fact that I played Vagrant Story for a little bit before really helped me kind of like get to grips with it faster. And kind of understand this kind of dome situation mechanic, and kind of just understand that I'm just, you know, throwing out a range of attack, you know.
Yeah.
I think if you threw this at someone with a bit less gaming literacy, it'd be a bit much. But my kind of like, I think if you had a bit of time with Final Fantasy at all to understand an ATB or charging moves up or things like that, then you'd sit just fine into it. I think the fact that you have the freedom of movement to run around these arenas and deal with these almost like, I guess like baby's first bullet hell moments with certain attacks coming out, I think it's really exciting and fun, and you have to like balance like the different weapons. Like there's a good few guns in this game that you can use, and whether you choose to shoot at that moment or not, like could put you in a bad position. There's like some depth to that. And then obviously there's the psi powers as well, which are really, really fun to use. I found myself using a good few of them, and not just like a single one like heal or anything like that.
I'm afraid, however, I am gonna have to ding you. You're getting a cinema sin. You're getting a gaming sin.
What did I say?
You said that you actually didn't like those moments where you have to passively dodge attacks in Final Fantasy 16, and therefore you're not allowed to like them.
Passively dodge attacks.
You're not allowed to like them in this game either.
Oh, okay. So you're calling me a hypocrite, is what you're doing.
Yeah. You have to have the same feelings across the board with the games. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So get
Understood.
out, leave. No, I agree. It is neat. I feel like offensively, I was usually doing sort of like the idea of, you know, being passive in the game, dodging attacks, not being able to take action, you know, be aggressive. That's what I mean. Quiet you. Yeah, part of me does feel like offensively I was largely doing the same thing in this game. I do like the sidebars. I really like the free movement to sort of run around everything. Like seeing you play this and then Parasite Eve 2, it's like, oh man, we lost a lot. Although I like the sidebars in Parasite Eve 2 quite a bit. And
the sidebars are interesting. I'll give you that, absolutely. I just think the arenas and these kind of this extra kind of bit of, I guess, screen space you have to understand what's going on and give the monsters room to run around was cool. It was much more preferable.
Yeah. No, it's like whenever I played Parasite Eve 2, it had been so long. It'd been a year since I played the first one, so at the point I already knew not to expect a full sequel to it. I mean, obviously you did too to some degree. You had been aware of that, but just the proximity of comparison does hurt Parasite Eve 2 a lot. I was sort of more willing to meet it on its own level, but now that I look back at how much the first game was just a cohesive, well-designed, fun package from beginning to end, I'm less gracious to it now. I'm not as happy to give Parasite Eve 2 the benefit of the doubt whenever they had such a nice system made in this game.
Yeah.
Even if it is, largely boiling down to positioning and evasion and then taking the time to attack and peppering in psychic attacks every now and then, it fit. I didn't grow tired of it at any point during the game.
Neither did I, and that's where you gotta look at these games as like a product of their time, like and a first iteration of a system that was created, and you gotta I guess enjoy it for what it is, try to make the most of those systems, and I think they're all, like you said, really cohesive.
Yeah,
they work together. They work together really well.
Did you end up switching weapons a lot when you were playing it?
I switched a good few times, but I ended up landing on a handgun that I just enjoyed like using the most. I found that I valued the faster ATB speed more than anything else. That was just kind of, I guess, like the mid to late point of the game where I was just like, okay, cool. I understand what I prefer to use now after trying out a good few things. I agree. I did try out everything at some point, but I think I also have landed on either like a SMG or a handgun towards the later part of the game. But I did appreciate that using the different weapons in a turn-based system did feel different enough. Like there was worth in experimenting with them. Yeah. And then there's the abilities that you can attach and reattach between weapons. Those kind of like modifiers.
Yeah, remind me of that, because I do remember the customization system. I can't remember exactly how.
Yeah, so there's like the tool system where basically you have to get a customization item. It's called a tool, where you can basically take how many shots. See that X3 there on screen under the MP5K that was just there?
Oh yes,
I don't know if you're looking at the video. So that's the 3 bullets that it shoots at a time whenever you choose to use it. You can obviously use a tool item to take that fire rate and put it on a different weapon, akin to like the acid damage that certain grenade launchers could do. You could put that onto a handgun or anything else. You could kind of basically mix and match the weapons, and truly like a good RPG, you could customize your weapons to like your heart's content, really, and how much damage they do, how much ammo they can output, things like that. And that was super exciting for me. And I thought that was a really interesting way to make guns in an RPG very interesting. And immediately that was like pulled out and not present in Parasite Eve 2.
Yeah, Parasite Eve 2 is the entire kind of. But yeah, no, I now remember that like taking attributes from one weapon and putting onto the other as well is just like you get like straight buffs from certain weapons. It took me a little while to get used to. Sometimes I'd like combine weapons and be like, wait, why have my attributes gone down?
Surely so certain things just didn't. It was like you kind of had to hope for the best all the time. It was really just experimentation. But that's fun. That you win some, you lose some. That's part of the game.
Yeah.
Really, while you learn the system.
I agree. And everything about the game stylistically, I just love. It is some of Tetsuya Nomura's best character design, specifically just like Aya and Eve. Like the other characters are all like fairly normal, but Aya looks cool as a protagonist.
Absolutely.
The jacket, the jeans, the hair, the opera dress. I'm here for all of it. The pre-rendered backgrounds is something that I wish that was an element of old school RPGs that the people who are now trying to make old school inspired games would lean into a little more. Because, God, they're good looking.
Yes, the enemy designs in this are really good as well. I thoroughly enjoyed some of the, I guess, like, the really horrific kind of, like, explosion of how something could just evolve or devolve into, I guess, a horror, like what we would deem a horror, you know? Like they really just took some like instead of just like, you know, oh, I put mandibles on this, they really just went the whole 9 yard, gave it the whole hog, and made some fucked up looking stuff, you know? You
definitely do get, like we were just seeing those spiders, like things like insects but bigger and meaner. But then like one of the most sort of iconic sections of the game, that transformation of the rat where you see like how its skin gets like stretched over its body.
Early on as well.
Yeah,
that sold me so fast as well. What a great place to put that, because I was a bit like, yeah, this is pretty good, and then I saw that and I was like, oh wow, okay, like, yeah. God, if I was like 7 watching this, I would be like, holy, that would have fucked me up, you know?
There is a little bit like that body horror, and I don't think you see like many more transformations like that, but you do see more monsters that follow the same sort of design notions, and then you also like you do get like straight up silly with it, like to the point where I can now control biological matter to the point that I can just construct a dinosaur using its skeleton. Yeah. And then you know, the end product is straight up alien-esque, although Eve has a lot of fun transformations throughout the game. It goes from like sci horror, body horror stuff into more alien god, you know, type stuff, which not the worst place for a story and an aesthetic to go thematically as you're ending up near. It's not straight up sci-fi body horror stuff. There is, like I said, that fantasy element to it as well. That's what makes it feel like 90s anime OVA is the thing that always comes to my mind, because it does have the sort of escalation, and like it does go into sillier ideas that might be a little less easy to sort of take seriously if you're looking like for a wholly grounded story. But if you're looking for something that's more, I don't know, pulpy and extravagant, fantastical, it hits some pretty nice highs there.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like the merit of it being a video game is that it would lean into that kind of sense of pulp really well. At the same time, like you're looking for enjoyment during these things. I don't know. I don't know if it took itself very seriously, or like went hard on the science, as you say. The novel did, and kept strictly to its original base. It would have done well for this, you know.
It's like that thing. It doesn't take itself overly seriously in that it's not afraid to get a little wacky and over the top with it, but it doesn't like piss take itself either. Like it takes itself seriously enough to the point that it earnestly follows this story as wild and wacky as it gets. Oh, I totally forgot about this one.
Yeah, this one's a good one.
That is almost straight up The Thing, with the dog's face like peeling open like that. Yeah, the mouth
here as well. Yeah,
that's a good one. Look at that. That's some good stuff.
Stick.
Yeah, it's like it is willing to do things that are on the face of it unrealistic and wacky, but you know, take itself seriously enough to make you believe and follow the story. It doesn't wink at the player That is such a prevalent thing in modern game storytelling that I'm so sick and done with.
It's tiring. It's very tiring. I don't want the game to notice that I'm there.
Yeah. Still want to play Forspoken. And yeah, man, just how about the goddamn music as well?
Just banger after banger.
It really is.
Really.
I was trying to find like a relaxing playlist of Parasite Eve music, but I couldn't find a good one to go with the stream. But yeah, Yoko Shimomura in like I would say one of like her more underrated things. Like nowadays when people think of Yoko Shimomura, it's almost always they think of Kingdom Hearts or maybe more recently Final Fantasy 15, but it's such like little vibe techno things going on in here that the credit sequence where it's like someone singing in Spanish and also a little bit of Latin, but it's with like a Japanese sense of melody to it, so it sounds like they're singing in almost a like different language, like almost near like sort of you know, people don't sing like that in Spanish if you listen to Spanish music, but
yeah,
Somnia Memoria is such a gorgeous song.
I think Lep introduced me to a remix album.
Oh yeah,
on YouTube, and I had an absolute blast listening to that as well. Just a bunch of DJs taking their own take on it at the time.
Please do send me. I don't think Lep ever did this for me.
Oh really?
Yeah.
I'll send it on. It's I enjoyed I think 90% of the tracks on it are incredible, really good. They're all like mostly heavy bops as well, though.
Nice.
There's nothing too chill, but they're very good. But yeah, definitely like just that perfect electronic. What's playing right now underneath is basically what this whole game sounds like. Really,
a lot of great drum beats.
Yeah, just almost kind of like there's like elements of jungle thrown in. There's like, so I guess what a lot of people would just throw under the lo-fi bus nowadays, like would be prevalent here. God, just the precinct theme alone, I think, is just such an incredible piece of music.
Yeah, there's like what you call it? There's like little bits of funk in there. There's like jazz hop in there. The battle theme could be in a Ridge Racer or a Gran Turismo quite easily.
Just a car select screen.
Yeah, that's always what I think of. That battle theme is a Gran Turismo car selection screen to me, and it's
100%
utter bop. Yeah, it just felt like everyone who made this game was like, it's not a perfect game. I can't think of like any major complaints that drag it down for me. But like, it's not like the combat doesn't get into like any like, you know, mind expanding highs. Even in terms of an RPG, it doesn't feel like you're particularly like the sort of the height of feeling that I would get from the combat in this is just that if like in a boss fight, I would get to the point where I was just evading attacks and getting those like little pot shots in there as a perfect counter. That is like as satisfying as the combat gets. Otherwise, it feels neat, it's cool, but you're not like, there's not like a lot of synergy or mechanical expressiveness to it. But it just feels like everything in the game just does its job nicely. Visuals, music, story, combat, all just works to create a very, very easy to play experience. Outside of the occasional time when like you have to inspect every single thing in a room 5 times.
That's what I was going to
until you find
on.
that one pixel.
Yeah, it's really just a bit of a pixel hunt.
Yeah.
And for some reason, Parasite Eve 2 was also a bit of a pixel hunt.
Parasite Eve 2 felt way worse to me. Like, especially when you get to some of the puzzles in that game. Fuck the password.
God, fuck that.
If you're ever playing Parasite Eve 2, if you get to a point where you need a password for a computer, Use the game facts. Yep, just look it up.
Look it up.
I don't know. I don't know the first person who discovered that answer, but after they discovered it, no one else ever did.
Everyone else was allowed to beat the game.
So watch that. Look that up immediately. But yeah, that. Yeah, maybe the pixel one is like the one like weaker point of the game. I guess
I think traversing is a bit slow. Obviously, you can see Gaia's 1 speed here. She's currently paralyzed, but even so, running around the world or the space is a bit slow.
I was literally about to say navigating some of the like dungeony areas, especially the museum. Yes. I think of because of that movement speed and because of like occasional backtracking might be another weak point, but not to
it's
a
very
point.
Minor.
Yeah, in some RPGs, you know, you very much get that sense of I've been in this dungeon for 4 hours, my soul is about to die, please let me out. It never gets to that point in this game.
Jimmy and Xenogears.
Poor Jimmy. Like the dungeons in Xenogears are not great, but he just had such the navigation, like the camera movement for him was such a mismatch. I went back and watched like him in that final dungeon, and I had it took me a while to get my bearings in that final dungeon as well, but God, he was lost for like the majority of that time. Still one of the best games ever though. Don't care. Despite like if you wrote it down, its flaws would last way longer than its positives in almost every aspect of that game's design. Still one of the best games of all time.
I respect it.
But yeah, I think this has definitely risen up to be like one of those like games that has nestled a little special place in my heart over the past few years.
I gotta say that immediately cemented itself as like, oh, this is a top tier game for me. Like I thoroughly enjoyed it, had a blast throughout the whole game.
Square in the PlayStation 1 era, hard to beat.
Really?
Hard to beat. Any other last remaining thoughts on Parasite? Anything we haven't covered?
No, nothing really. I mean, there's like so few negatives to really discuss here. Like, there's nothing I can really tear into the game for any old reason. It's a very simple game. Like when it boils down to it, it's not hard to talk about. It's not hard to describe.
Yeah,
I don't think.
I
think everyone should go play Parasite Eve. That's all that I want to say. Is play it.
No, 100%.
It's so good.
If there's anyone who's ever had a curiosity about this game, anyone ever saw it as a kid, or has heard about it later and been like, "Oh, that could be neat," definitely worth giving a try.
100%.
You'll understand within about 2 hours of whether or not the game is for you, and yeah, I don't imagine like if you like Vagrant Story is the big comparison, but like, yeah, any sort of like ATB based RPG, I think this game is very, very, very easy to like.
100%. Yep.
Nyron, how much of that feeling for you carries over to the game's wonderful sequel, Parasite Eve 2? Before you answer that question, let me just post a link to that footage of Parasite Eve 1 that you're watching from the YouTube channel Lacry. You can find it right there. Also, sorry, Pim, we actually didn't really talk about the characters in Parasite Eve 2 a lot. They mostly felt like perfunctory. Daniel's the occasionally funny buddy cop. Maida, exposition guy. Evil doctor, evil exposition guy. But they all worked out well. Whereas in Parasite Eve 2, how do you feel about Cal Madigan?
So, I hate him. I think I hate him. I think he's a bad person, and I don't know why I had become such a weird, subservient person. Yeah. In this game, just a terrible characterization of an already, I guess, well accustomed and powerful, respected character. Just of Aya just becoming so weirdly, I don't know,
Meek.
Yes, Meek. Meek is it. She walks into this area here. This Douglas guy. She right after this segment here. You're gonna see it happen. He says, "I go to bed. I'm gonna go do things." And you're a federal agent. You are like on par with a federal agent investigating some seriously fucked up biological weapon shit. And she says, "Okay, I'll go to bed." Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Mr. Man. I will go to bed. I will not. I will listen to what you have to say. You know, she's got jurisdiction to do far more. And there's just these plot points that I don't know if they're forcing to serve the game's pacing or just for any kind of reasoning, but they all fail Aya as a character every single time.
Yeah,
and it's incredibly frustrating to see.
Yeah, a big part of it to me is that in the first game, it is Aya finds herself in the situation and she very quickly sort of becomes the foil to Eve. So from then on, despite the fact that you're working with like your superior in the chief of police and like there are other characters who like have her own directing the action, Aya is the character who is actively pushing the plot forward. She's going after Eve. She wants to know more about the mystery of like her past and so on, and she has like some gutsy moments, and she shows, you know, some grit, and overall like just largely sort of directs the action just by constantly pushing forward herself. Whereas yeah, in this game there's a lot of waiting for other characters to tell you what to do, or getting a call from Kyle Madigan who negs you and then tells you what to do. And yeah, I don't know in terms of character writing how much of like a difference is in like the way that she speaks and acts, but definitely just the way that other characters interact with her, and like especially like Kyle is just an asshole to her, like just straight up throughout the entire game. Kyle's a dick until the end, and then he's the good guy. And yeah, there's like little pushback outside of the whole is he trustworthy, hey don't be a bad guy kind of shit. Yeah, it weird dynamics throughout the whole game. And I had to suffer for that. I wish you played Third Birthday just so you could see that game both assassinates multiple characters in their characterization from the series, whilst also doing like something kind of clever in the way that it does it. Not to the point that I don't know how to feel about it. It still sucks. It was like it got me with one of the characters. I don't want to. I'm not sure if I want to say spoilers just in case you do play it at some point.
I don't think I will, to be quite honest. No, so you're more than welcome to.
You probably shouldn't. Essentially, in Third Birthday, Aya is like, if you thought like she was in any way more passive or meek in this game, in Third Birthday she is straight up a confused waif, just constantly actively acting explicitly on the orders of other people, always not sure of what's going on because of amnesia, and she is like childlike, like literally childlike in the way she reacts to things. And then at the end of the game you discover it's because she is Eve from the, or what do you call the little girl? Is it Eve in this game as well? Like
yeah, this one.
Yeah, it's like literally they sort of like did like a psychic mind switch. You've actually been playing not as an amnesiac Aya, but as an amnesiac Eve in the body of Aya the entire game, which to one point was like, okay, that definitely does explain why she is the way she is, but also makes a lot of other things in the game, such as the fact that she is constantly sexualized, a lot more fucked up because she's like 10 years old mentally. And yeah, she has a weird like pseudo romance with Kyle going on, because it seems like Kyle sort of knows who she is in Aya's body, but she doesn't know what's going on there, aside from the fact that she was gonna get married to Kyle before this happened. Like she just sort of knows this secondhand. And yeah, Maida, the like sort of weird but benign scientist guy from the first game, in the third birthday becomes a super pervert, obsessed with Aya's perfect genetics, and wanting to reproduce all the baby Ayas to make the world's sexiest, most perfect race of people. I was so angry.
How disappointing. Yeah.
I was so angry. Yeah, third birthday sucks. Never play it. No one ever played third birthday. It's not worth it.
No, thank you.
Unless you specifically enjoy playing bad games to suffer through them with your buddies, which I sometimes do. But that's a very, specific taste. But yeah, it's not just the Aya's character in this game that changed massively from the first one. I've said it a lot at this point, but the game's plot is the further adventures of Aya Brea. It just feels entirely unnecessary. And also, like the first game had that like pulpiness that I was okay with, but in this game it just feels like we're now adding new threats to keep up with the nature of the world we've created, sort of thing. Like the mitochondrial, evolution that happened in the first game. We had to find a new way to introduce that. So now just experiments are happening to make it happen. And we have like super soldiers that we gotta fight. And giant man-made monstrosities. It's
that was the probably biggest disappointment for me from moving from Parasite Eve 1 from Parasite Eve 2 is the fact that man was now involved with the creation of these ANMCs, I think is the term.
Yeah.
The addition of the little techno bits on them, it just kind of removed the excitement or the danger of rapid evolution of if you bought it, if you just kind of like let yourself obviously suspend your disbelief and buy into the whole idea of these mitochondria popping off and incredibly fucking up evolutionary lines and exploding in all different kinds of directions. That was so exciting in the first game to see these kind of like monstrosities, but when you see that it's just man-made monstrosities, it feels less impactful. It doesn't feel like it's the mitochondria that are the enemy. It's just, mankind was having a fuck about.
Yeah.
And now we have to deal with it. And we've seen that. That's boring. We've seen that in every other fucking piece of media at this point, Mankind fucked around and we have to deal with it.
It is something of like, funnily enough, despite the fact that the game moves to be more in step with the survival horror games of the time, like mechanically.
Yes.
The story moves away from it. Like in the first game, it is like a threat has started to evolve. Naturally, there's a human villain that gets mucked up in it, but largely it is a monster has essentially started to evolve. A new race, a new strange biological horror threat has started to spread throughout New York City. And you're right there, like in the middle of it, witnessing its growth from the start. Whereas in this, it is Aya, there was a villain over here. There are monsters. This villain has made monsters over here. Go take care of the villain and the monsters.
Yeah.
It's such a different, less intriguing experience.
Mm-hmm. And it was one that was already done. It's Resident Evil,
Yeah.
It was manufactured.
Yeah, pretty much. At this point, there's no difference between the, mitochondrial evolutions and the T virus.
Yeah. That's what disappointed me thoroughly. It's just like, oh, this really was just, we needed to make a Resident Evil.
And yeah,
with magic.
Originally that the combat system I didn't really have much of a problem with, but yeah, just not by comparison. Thinking about what you lose whenever you move to this, it is a shame that they thought it needed to change so much. And there's definitely, I don't know, there's a lot more like, because it is tank controls now, because you're actively moving and turning around, there's a lot of like instances of camera fuckery.
Yep.
Of just
getting
getting killed because you're not aware of like positioning and distance and so on. I liked when occasionally it felt like it was used intentionally to ambush the player and like create a bit of a panic, but like other times it's like it just felt a lot less intentional. Essentially, it just felt like it was just a bad decision element. Mega's asking which of us is Parasite Eve and which is Parasite Eve 2. You know what? I can accept being disappointing departure that lacks the soul of the original, so long as I'm not Parasite Eve, so long as I'm not the third birthday.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't mind either, really. As long as I'm not that.
The third birthday going up there with The Quiet Man and Sonic 06 as a game that is just wrong-headed in every aspect. Not just badly made, just the decisions were bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess in terms of just playing this game in comparison to the first one, like, you have all of the complexity of playing with your guns and customizing them in all these different ways, these different ammo types and stuff like that. Whereas this kind of just boils down to 1 to 3 guns. I think it's you use a pistol for a little bit, then you get stuck with either a rifle or a shotgun to choose from, and then it's grenade launchers from there.
Yeah, definitely. At the end of the game,
pretty
you're
much
just constantly using those grenade launchers.
Yeah, and it's just incredibly boring. You stand still and you shoot, and you wait until the boss's very overbloated health bar drops.
I'm not even engaged with what Mega said. He said I'm the third birthday Super Eye Patch Wolves.
Stunned.
Parasite Eve 2 to Matthew Matosis Parasite Eve 1. I feel like that's too positive a frame for Matthew Matosis for me, but sure. I'll take it. Yeah, so gameplay wise, story wise, music wise, like the presentation of the game is still on point. The monsters aren't as
if I could say
exciting.
one good thing about this game is that it looks stunning for the time.
Yeah.
Like the setup, the art of these FMV backgrounds and stuff, whatever you want to call them. These pre-rendered backgrounds, they look great. Everything looks good. The game looks very lovely. It's a pleasure to look at. It's just an absolute bore to play.
See, I feel like at least with the combat, I feel like I could accept it wholeheartedly if it wasn't a Parasite Eve. I thought it was okay to play through. The things that were bored to me were like the puzzles and environments. A lot more focus on straight up puzzling in this one.
Yes.
As compared to the first one. And let me just say, I don't know why survival horror games need puzzles. I don't. The only game that I think that they add something to is like Silent Hill, just because the puzzles tend to be unsettling. Like in Resident Evil, it's always some escape room bullshit.
True.
In this game, it is like escape room bullshit plus fetch quests that are just needlessly obtuse. Can blame Alone in the Dark for that. I blame Alone in the Dark for a lot of things. I just feel like it is an attempt to, I don't know, add some sort of conflict and challenge outside of combat to a lot of these games. When I'm
there to survive some horrors, man.
Yeah.
I don't want to be scared of the puzzles.
Yeah, like it's okay if like shit's locked and you have to get keys and stuff. Like the sort of Resident Evil 2, I think, is like the game that sort of gets it the best. I feel like Resident Evil 1 and Code Veronica especially go a little bit dumb with their puzzles. But even no, actually Resident Evil 2, like the chest stuff in the sewer. Men like some breaking up the combat. That's fair. I'm not leading a crusade against them yet. I've just never particularly liked them. I don't like to think, okay? Unless the Professor Layton.
I'm right there with you. I hate thinking.
We're starting this is not the Brain Empty Gamer podcast. Where we just want vibes.
I want vibes and a single mechanic. No more, no less.
True. That's why like RE puzzles almost need. Yeah, no. See, that's another true thing. Is that it's true actually. You don't even really need to think for most of the puzzles. It's like you can see the solution. You just have to jigger the thing around a little bit until you get to it. But yeah, maybe that's why I don't like them and why I do like Professor Layton. I really quite enjoy Professor Layton actually.
I like Professor Layton.
But yeah, Parasite Eve, a lesser in almost every respect.
Mid. I'm calling it mid. It's mid for me.
I wonder if it was an entirely different series, how much I would even accept things like the story as being like, yeah, it's dumb, but like
as in
dumb
like if it was
fun.
a completely different IP at the time.
If it was called Galarians, would I would it be higher in my estimations? And very possibly yes, but also whenever you follow up, just it's the game you're following up.
Yes.
Parasite Eve is such a unique little snapshot at a time with so much good going for it. You're following up a rough gem with a rough. Fucking Kyle Madigan. I can't stand him.
Yeah. It's horrific.
We're gonna leave it on fuck Kyle Madigan.
Yeah, fuck Kyle Madigan. All my homies hate Kyle Madigan.
Now we have a few more games to talk about, but before we do that, do you wanna take like a 5-10 minute break?
Yeah, I will. I want to get a little snack.
Yeah, we're gonna go get a snack. We're gonna pizz. We're gonna get a drink of water, and we're gonna hold hands through the entire thing.
Yes.
Yeah, I recommend you all do it, chat, so we can enjoy even deeper parasocial relationship. And yeah, we're back in like 5-10 minutes, somewhere around there. BRB, y'all.
See you in a bit.
don't understand what's going on here.
Give me a break, give me a break.
I don't understand what's going on here.
Give me a break, give me a break.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What? I don't understand. I don't understand. I said it before and I'll say it again, it again, again, again. I said it before and I'll say it again, it again, again, again. I said it before and I'll say it again, 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 again. I said it before and I'll say it again, again, again. I said it before and I'll say it again. I don't understand what's going on here.
Alright. I think we are back. Renteth.
Boop boop.
I was chatting to chat again without realizing, forgetting I had muted myself in Discord. Yeah. Rune, what do you think about DMC Devil May Cry?
It's certainly the video game of all time.
Now, I feel like a switch flicked. Whenever I saw you first playing this game, you were loving, you were living, you were moving, you were grooving, you had a smile on your face.
So hard with the start of the game.
You were walking down the street just smiling at people, giving their kids money, and then whenever I came back later, it felt like a light had died.
I think a switch flicked after I realized how reduced the combat was. Or I guess it's not reduced, small in scope.
No,
in terms of this kind of color coding.
100% reduced to the point that it reduces its own moveset.
Yes.
Very Castlevania Lords of Shadow coded of the game.
But yeah, I think it's like halfway through the game. I think it's when it's after you have that iconic "fuck you, no fuck you" scene that I'm sure you loved.
Oh yeah.
Where you unlock these fist weapons, and they're your secondary red weapon. Your devil weapon. Then I realized, oh, that's all it boils down to, is just a couple of gimmicks per, a couple of like overworld gimmicks per weapon, and then it's just still color coding at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I was playing on hard mode, not a hard game at all. Found it was very easy.
Yeah.
There's some kind of like teething moments with just some silly encounters, or where I was playing the base version of the game where you could not damage color-coded enemies unless you were specifically using that weapon. Apparently that was fixed in like the whatever full versions of the game that have come out.
Yeah, I had the same experience as you. I didn't play the Definitive Edition, and I don't count people who have. Don't talk to me about it. No, I would be curious if it, I imagine there's still like reduced effectiveness that otherwise if the color coding's entirely gone, not bad. Maybe it could be a little bit better, but yeah, no, that stuff killed it gameplay wise for me whenever I dabbled with it.
Absolutely. Like it was marginally fun to kind of mix up all the weapons and stuff once you got them all together, but once you got put in front of those color-coded enemies, the fun stopped. It was like, nope, here's the specific way you have to play this game.
Yeah.
That's where all of the fun of learning a character action game is entirely like just dampened.
Yeah, 100%.
But I think like initially the opening of this game is like really strong if it kind of leaned into the kind of the edgy goofiness of it, but then the more you play it, the more it tries to take itself a bit too seriously, and it just falls super flat.
See, I don't think the game was ever not taking itself seriously.
That's I'm coming from the standpoint of like, as you play the game from the start, it kind of appears that way. At least it did to me.
Everything from like, okay, like the very first scene in the game where Dante jumps out naked from the trailer and they do the Bayonetta moment. Yeah, that was a bit of goofball in this, but like everything from there, like the moment you get to the club and he punches the bouncer in the face, and then the fuck you scene, that all felt terribly real to me. That they thought that they were doing something really like super cool. They were being the edgy bad boy. And maybe
I was really giving it the benefit of the doubt up until like a couple of those points, until I saw the credits and I saw all the devs and the pictures of them and how edgy these bastards looked.
Yeah, and
it really didn't help.
Also, the point where you shoot a pregnant demon and it is presented just entirely as a fucking got him moment.
That just happened.
Oh, we got a raid.
Yo!
Kaze no Ne, welcome in. How y'all doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Let me give a little shout out. Kaze no Ne is another variety gaming streamer who plays a lot of like RPGs and action games of the like. But has a very, very specific gimmick to the streams where every game that he plays is chosen by the community. Like, specifically pay a certain amount of his channel points, and he will add that. So long as the game is accessible to him, he'll add it to the list. And he's just been working his way through it. Not always full playthroughs if he's not feeling the game, or if he feels like he's seen enough of it or whatever.
You'd have to give up at certain points.
Yeah,
if it's a huge pain point.
100%.
That's respectful though.
Yeah.
Absolutely, drop him a follow.
I do love that stream gimmick. We have a bit of a similar stream gimmick here, not quite the same, but welcome everybody. For those of y'all who don't know me, my name is Profound Badness, or PB. I'm a gaming variety streamer and a cosplaying oiltuber. Play a whole wide variety of games. Been on a lot of like new titles lately, just because this year's been pretty mental for games that I'm into. But we also do something here called the Maybe Games, where it's like not quite the same. It's like there's a list of games that, 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 votes for those games using channel points, and whichever game gets the most votes is the one that I play next in that, you know, maybe game specific slot. But not playing nothing today. Also, welcome Boomer Sooner, and welcome everybody from Casino Nice. I hope you all had a wonderful time with Suikoden 5. I've not played 5. I love that series.
I've never touched this Suikoden game.
2 is one of my favorite games of all time. 3 is neat, but I really need to replay it. And then the rest I've dabbled with Tierkesis. But yeah, I need to replay the rest. Oh man. I mean, you like your RPGs. 2's a great one. 2's fantastic.
Yeah, I got it's definitely on the cards for me. Absolutely.
They got those remasters coming out later, but it's one of those things like, is it just worth playing the original rather than that? Like, I want to get them to support, and because I think that they do some nice things, but yeah, big recommend on those. But yes, today I'm joined by my buddy Runtooth, another variety gaming streamer.
Yeah, regular playing flesh tuber.
Just has a whole face out there and everything. Currently playing Castlevania, Lament of Innocence, as well as Baldur's Gate 1 Definitive Edition, or whatever they call that. And yeah, just dabbles with other things like Dark and Darker, and what was the other one you were playing?
Doing the Devil May Cry series playthrough, and we just finished up on Parasite Eves, and we're in the middle of the Onimusha series too.
Yeah, today is Havin Hoot. This is I do them, I don't know, like once a month or whatever, sometimes a couple a month. I just have a buddy on, and we talk about what games we've been playing lately, how we feel about them. We talked for a long ass time about both Final Fantasy 16 and Parasite Eve 1 and 2.
We really did.
Now we're getting into DMC, Devil May Cry, which is a game that I've got a long-standing hatred of. I got that kind of hatred for it that is bordering on how much of it is because I am the fanboy who has been wronged by the gaming industry, which is a feeling that I try to avoid. But you know what? Watching you replay this, vindication was the word of the day. This game still is doing next to nothing for me. I think that the coolest thing this game got going on is like its environmental transformation-y things at points, which it drops, like just like halfway through the game, just stops. But yeah, you said that you were for at least the first big part of the game, giving some grace to its story, giving it some benefit of the doubt, rolling around.
Yeah,
with
I was really trying to let it do its thing and just enjoy it for what it was. Pulling off combos is still really satisfying in the game. Like, it feels good. It's just once you realize the overall depth of it and get to grips with the color coding enemies, really reducing your moveset, like halfway, basically just like removing kit from you in the middle of the game.
Yeah.
It really just sours very quickly from that point onwards. And obviously the story just doesn't hold up in that it does really try to take itself a bit too seriously in a beyond edgy way. And it just turns out to be an overall disappointment, to be fair.
It did like that in the end of the game, sort of recontextualize your feelings for the first part of it as well. Do you think you can still hold on to that enjoyment of kitsch, of cheesiness that I can definitely sympathize with that. I get that with some games for sure.
I think a part of me can absolutely just kind of like turn my brain off and play this again. Like, I wouldn't actively go seeking to do so. But then again, I feel like I've seen enough of the game otherwise. I feel like I can get this experience, but better from other titles.
Yeah.
You know, that aren't going to just piss me off by trapping me with a certain kit for about 5 or 10 minutes until I get to play the game the way I would like to play the game, when regular enemies show up rather than the specific angelic weapons that I need to use against these angelic enemies.
Yeah.
But
would there ever be a curiosity to try the definitive edition to see how it changes up?
I don't think so. Not, it wouldn't be on the cards for me for at least a very long time. You would really... actually, you know what? I could chalk that down to a fuck you, pay me, maybe?
Yeah.
Maybe that. But other than that,
what games are disqualified from the fuck you, pay me tier?
Disqualified.
Yeah, I mean, you did say you've been playing this as part of a series playthrough of Devil May Cry.
Yeah, DMC5 is up next. Super excited.
Love that game.
Oh, I'm so buzzed. I love it too.
That's like one of those rare moments where like a game quote unquote comes back or gets a spiritual sequel or whatever, and it just for me absolutely hit. Absolutely
that hit so hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I haven't played any of the Virgil content, so I'm really excited.
Yeah, me neither. Yeah, that's something I want to go back for. I really want to do that Urizen fight successfully at the start so I can immediately get into Son of Sparta difficulty as well. I don't want to play it on Devil Hunter again because it is a little
that's
too
a
easy.
good... Oh, maybe I might try that actually. We'll see. If I'm stuck there too long, I probably won't bother.
Yeah, that is a thing. It's all about how you're doing it in the moment. But yeah, how does this game, does it feel like it fits in well with the others in the overall comparison? Stylistically, combat wise, obviously it's not, it's a different canon. It's a different.
It truly is just not. It doesn't feel like a Devil May Cry game by the end of it at all. It really just feels more like that God of War weapon switching.
Yeah.
Where that was the actual focus rather than I don't know, style.
Yeah.
And I think style is a big word as well there, where it doesn't really have an identity. I don't think. I think it has a premise that it kind of holds on to in terms of like this kind of notion of mass media control kind of situation. But I think these kind of like these segments here where the world is like broken up and transformed and stuff. This feels like a dev team designed a cool idea. But it wasn't cohesive with the world around it that they were trying to build or anything.
Yeah.
It feels like I designed these cool levels and platforms that the player can play on. That is like on paper fun, like on paper fun trademark, but it doesn't actually like fit the overall game, the experience rather.
Yeah. No. I feel ya. Didn't feel like it was sort of baked into the concept from the start, but rather, you know, a design decision that they fit into it. I totally forgot.
I just think it's it's this kind of like chain of like rooms together, and I know all of these games do down to you run through a level or a corridor from corridor to corridor linearly to get to these arenas and fight these enemies, but I feel like this is it at its most basic. Like it's like really not effectively done. There's no effective masking of this idea to make it seem like a bigger than what it actually is, you know?
Yeah. The level design is something that I feel like the series has always struggled with.
True.
To be fair, but so it's a Devil May Cry in that respect.
Yes.
But no, I get you. The game definitely does feel like even more to me like a series of disconnected halls and sort of visual stimuli that yeah, like you said, it feels like someone came up with like some cool concept art and said we'll put this in here, rather than feeling like the world is sort of, I know, I'm trying to think of like a character action game in which the levels do feel like something of a lived-in world or intentional experience rather than just a series of corridors and hallways. Bayonetta 1? I don't know. It's...
I would give it to Bayonetta 1. While you're disconnected in those kind of like, you're basically like in this kind of ghost alternate dimension, I guess, you're still impacting that world around you. Like, there's people going about their business. You're running through cities. You're driving on roads.
Yeah.
That's totally lived in. You are like consciously inhabiting space and moving from one locale to another.
You know what,
where this is just a bit disconnected. Like
I would say that Big Grid also feels like a big part of Bayo's one, like, personality as well. The tiny Big Grid. Ayo hell, welcome in.
Ayo.
Ayo poops. Ayo hell, who recently was on here talking about another one of my favorite, not quite character action games, but, you know, combat heavy action games that leans heavily into the style. No More Heroes.
I gotta play those.
Yeah.
I really gotta get on them.
Oh, don't commit to a series playthrough if you don't gotta. Play the first one. Make it one of those ones that you, you know, dip into for sure.
Yeah, I gotta add that one to the lexicon for sure.
When you mentioned the mass media control thing, I remembered there being that whole aspect of they're keeping the truth from you thing of the demons. I totally forgot, and I didn't even see it in your playthrough, but I totally forgot until just now. The O'Reilly stand-in.
Oh, the news guy?
Yeah. That was embarrassing.
Yeah, it was rough. It was really rough.
Like, I have no problem with any game finding applicability with modern issues and so on, and smartly commentating on them, but to be just so on the nose of, yeah, you get to punch O'Reilly in the face, fuck him. Not only does it massively age the game, but it feels like I'm being babied in a way.
Yes.
It's just so embarrassing. So yeah, the game has that going on for it. Alongside the fuck yous and I got the bigger dicks. The game is just so full of moments that are either greatly enjoyable for just the stupid kitschy cheesiness of them, or if you're like me, just feel like a stab to the heart.
Oh yeah, no, it does feel like that. There's some genuine like disrespect to people's intelligence moments throughout this game, like, yeah.
But I honestly, I just think that's just by virtue of the creative team behind this game not being the brightest minds in the field. You know, I don't think that the game has a very, like, it has an awful sense of aesthetic and style to me, outside of like some levels, like environments looking cool. The dialogue sucks. Yeah, I don't hold the creative urge behind this game in very high esteem at all. So yeah, I don't know if, like, they were being, what's the word? Damn, flashes. Patronizing or anything towards the audience, just so much as they probably thought this shit was all genuinely very cool and cutting edge.
It just fell flat, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, one thing I try to think of now when I'm like talking about games, rather than like just like giving it a review score or a tier or whatever, which, you know, I'll spend a long time doing anyway. I try to think of like who do you recommend this to? Do you recommend it to someone, and if so, who do you recommend it to, and with what caveats?
I would recommend this to a teenager for sure, as their first experience in character action.
Oh, okay.
I could not recommend it to an adult. I don't think so. Like, I really don't think so. As disrespectful as this game is to your intelligence at times, I feel like it's not worth that much of a play. Like, you'd have to really be itching for a character action game that you've already burned through multiple better titles that could easily scratch that itch for you to land on this one for me. I it's not a recommend in any kind of like sense of. There's just so many better games I would rather get you to play. Like, if you're asking me to recommend like a character action game, not going to choose this one. You know?
Yeah, part of me feels like, you know, some people have, especially lately, been feeling that like sense of nostalgia or something missing for the PS3 360 generation of uber badass action games. You know, I think of this, I think of Lords of Shadow, I think of Dante's Inferno, and even to some degree Shadows of the Damned.
I
Which
think
know,
I missed out on all of these games, so
Yeah.
I feel like a bit of a disconnect to that kind of ideal, or what that kind of nostalgia that people are looking for, because I've never played any of those games.
I gotta say, having gone back to that era recently myself, as well as like vicariously through you, not worth it. We were correct the first time. Those games, yeah, none of them really majorly stood the test of time for good reason. I feel like, but you know, maybe other people will find it differently. Maybe other people like, God damn, actually, you know what? There was something innately pure and free within the cringe and edginess of this generation that they can enjoy, but not me. Not me.
If I have to say anything nice about this game, though, I will say that the soundtrack fucking rips. It's very good. Some of the bops are very good. Combi Christ did an incredible job on a lot of these tracks.
Doesn't hit for me quite so much, but that's purely.
That's pure. I think it's down to taste for me, though.
Yeah.
It's purely. I'm a big edgelord, so.
If you got like it's something like, you know, like I'm not like a big like metal guy or anything, but I can enjoy a Metal Gear Rising Revengeance or a Strive or whatever. It's all done to like how much you want to buy into the aesthetic of the music for the game. So
Yes.
I wouldn't call the music like bad or anything, because it's just not for me. One day you should probably play it. You know, like in terms of recommendation, if you're the kind of person who just feels the itch to always want to try the thing that you never got to try, would you say it's worth having the experience of?
Yes, I mean, if you're happy, if you, as you said, like Kaze, like you're happy to drop a game, you know, like as long as you don't force yourself to do a full playthrough of something that you're suffering through, then absolutely. That being said, this game isn't long. I did this in 2 streams. Real easy. Like it's not offensive.
You didn't
It's
play
just
the
nothing overly
DLC
exciting.
content though, did you?
I didn't have. I don't think I had. Oh, I had. Did I have DLC content? I think I had Virgil. Did I?
I don't know if you had it. I definitely didn't see you play it.
I didn't know if I had it or if it was the definitive edition that had that. But either way, I kind of by the end of the game, like proper, I was just kind of, you know, I don't want to spend any more time with this.
Yeah.
I was too excited for Devil May Cry 5.
You know what? Definitely can definitely hold it as a positive that it was short, because on the other hand, Lords of Shadow took way too damn long.
Skip down, did it?
It got a little tiresome for sure. But yeah, much more to say on DMC, Devil May Cry.
No, not really.
Good game.
Hard to recommend. Hard to recommend.
No, we just have to end every segment with good game.
Sure, good game.
Good game. That video, the gameplay for DMC Devil May Cry, came from the Virtual Gaming Library, which does a lot of long plays of PC games and a lot of older games as well. You can find it at that link that I just posted in that chat. Oh goodness, we got a big ol' raid from Taylor is Good. Thank you so much, Taylor, who has been playing Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga, and
such a good game.
Yeah, immediately just seems to be right in there, back in the vibe with it. I never could get into it myself. I tried it a couple times.
I had a DS one first when I was a kid. So good. I enjoyed it a lot.
I'm gonna enjoy watching Taylor play all of it, especially since like at least today I've missed like the stuff that I've likely already seen, because I did play like a good few hours of it. But yeah, welcome everybody from Taylor's. Taylor, another variety gaming streamer, playing Gravity Rush 2, or maybe completed Gravity Rush 2, and Solata Robo, and just another guy who likes to jump his generations and genres quite a lot, which we always appreciate here. Yeah, welcome in everybody from Taylor's. Is me, PB, joined by Runtooth. We're having a hoot. We've just finished talking about DMC, Devil May Cry, alongside Final Fantasy 16 and Parasite Eves 1 and 2. And next, we're going to move on to a game by a team very much in the discourse. I played Divinity Original Sin 2, just beat it last week. Don't know why we've got this ultra widescreen capture. That's alright.
Looks
Yeah,
cinematic.
it does, yeah. And cinematic equals good. Oh, Gravity Rush Dunzo. GG's on Beacon Games, Taylor.
GG's.
GG's.
Nice day.
Yeah. Big, sprawling fantasy RPG by Larian. You know, much in the tradition of the Icewind Deals, the Baldur's Gates, the Planescape Torments, all that business, Pillars of Eternity, yada yada yada. Very good game, first of all. This one I can easily recommend to anyone who's a fan of any of those kinds of games, as well as those who like a intriguing and different combat system. The combat system is by far the thing that I like the most in this game. One of the big things about it is just the sheer amount of interaction that different abilities and states of matter and elements have. I know you mentioned this yourself, Rim, whenever you're watching it. Whenever you're watching the game, it does just look like everything gets set on fire.
Yeah,
all the
I had a
time.
lot of visual fatigue from watching you play this game, and I just tuned in maybe for 4 or 5 of these, or definitely maybe 10 or so. The millions of streams that this took, but yeah, I was visually fatigued just watching.
Yeah,
A lot of the time, just because it was just purely everything's ablaze all the time.
that is definitely true. Definitely a factor. Things do go on fire a lot. If you have any kind of fire magic, then you're going to spend most of your time looking at a battlefield that is at least partially on fire. But I feel like I want to make sure that it's clear that the elemental engagement system goes so much deeper than that. Like, you have things like, you know, you can get surfaces wet. You can like flood them. They can be flooded by blood and stuff, and then that stuff can either be, you can like electrocute it so that it becomes like a damage field, or you can freeze it so that it turns to ice, and then if you try and run across ice, you're very likely to just slip on it and end your turn. And then you have like poison that can spread, liquids can become poisoned, poison can combust by fire, everything can become either cursed or blessed, which has like various different like stacks of negative or positive attributes. There are so many like different statuses, such as wet, frozen, shocked, stunned, and then like a whole lot of like spell specific ones, that the battle system feels incredibly dynamic, just in terms of like how your character and the environment's states are constantly updating like throughout the battle. And yeah, it definitely is unfortunate that a few of those, like both oil and poison, are combustible, and like there are spells that cause both of them that pop up a lot. So yeah, you are looking at things that are on fire, but there are some fights in the game that literally the entire battlefield was on fire, and how you had to navigate it was actually incredibly interesting. If anyone else has played the game, the moment where you're fighting like oil blobs and then fire blobs, as they're just like constantly surrounding you, this one tower that you're on, I had like this whole tug of war of like blessing the fire so I was healing my dudes, versus them coming in, and because they're like demonic, they immediately curse the fire if they stand in. Like that whole tug of war. Although yeah, visually tiresome, mechanically is definitely very, very engaging. And also like the other element of depth to the combat in this that works out really well is the spacing. like abilities that change your spacing and where you are in there. Obviously, it's not you have the whole thing of like you can be effective within different ranges, but like also if you're able to cluster enemies up, then you can hit them with attacks that like do knockdown or just like deal damage to multiple of them. And like you can use moves that make you zip from one character to the next, and then you can follow that up with turn back around and use your big hammer slam that like knocks people down in a wave. There's like so many things. Or like if you're an archer character, you can take something that can allow you to jump, and you can jump to high positions, and you get higher rate of criticals as well as extra damage. It is this constant push and pull of trying to get like optimal position and like attributes in the game that makes the battles so engaging, and honestly like the strongest part of the game by far. I'm hoping that, I know Baldur's Gate 3 is based on Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition, so I don't know how much Larian had the opportunity to put their own spin on that, but I hope to God there's like some level of that still in there. Maybe not the fire thing so much, like 100% that was definitely a constant in the game that, you know, got more overbearing the deeper that I got into it. But yeah, it's just I love the combat in the game, and like how much the gear that you get plays a big part in that combat. It sort of slows towards the end of the game. It feels like about 60% of the way in, you get access to most, if not all, of the skills you're going to be using for the rest of the game. But that moment of picking up a new skill and it suddenly changing your entire approach to combat and how this character works within the team, it is maybe my favorite RPG combat-wise. At least CRPG.
High praise.
Yeah. I mean, it's a genre that I've not ever been like particular. Like I've enjoyed them, but it's like always. It's like a thing like I couldn't eat them all day. You know.
I think I'm with you there. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I've played Pillars. I've played Neverwinter Nights. I've played Baldur's Gate. I've played Planescape. And probably a couple others that I'm forgetting. Oh shit, what was that one called? Dungeon Siege? Anyone play Dungeon Siege?
Never heard of it.
Yeah, that's quite an old one. But yeah, no, easily the most engaging and exciting combat element, because like a lot of them tend to more revolve to this like, are you doing enough damage per turn? Are you rolling well? Getting like Fallout and stuff definitely falls into that. Not a lot of like tactics in the game, just so much as like build management as you go through. Whereas this game is all about those tactics, making good use of skills. Even like you can go like way beyond just the skills you learn to like stuff like grenades and arrows and scrolls that you pick up, which I did not engage with as much as I wanted, because I got that thing of like, I want to use this scroll like when it's going to be most effective. Even in the last battle I was like, should I use the scroll? I was like, it's the last battle. Fucking do it. And I was playing on tactician difficulty as well, so that definitely you know, some wrong moves could really
like
fuck you
above
over.
normal, was it? Or
Yeah, it's like it's the one that it calls the recommended experience of the game.
okay.
So it's like ensuring that you try and use as many of the mechanics of it as possible. And as I says, then there's Pillars, where you walk into a room and watch the combat happen. Yeah, Pillars is another one where
Pillars
like
is so narratively driven. Rather
yeah,
than combat, you know?
that is true. That is true.
I don't mind it. I think it's a great game.
I like the writing in Pillars a lot more than I like the writing in Divinity. Like overall, the story and characters in Divinity and the general writing, I didn't overly care about the plot of becoming the sorcerer and visiting various places around the map to learn how to become the sorcerer. And I like the villain and stuff didn't really do a whole ton for me. And then the tone of the game, like, this is something that has always been a bit of an issue with CRPGs for me, is that there's a lot of attempt to be goofy with the humor. Even in things like as old as like Baldur's Gate 1, it's not like a new problem with like, you know, new breed of writers running. It just feels like something that the genre's been constantly stuck in. Like Pillars of Eternity seems to take itself a bit more seriously, which I really appreciate. Because yeah, I don't know, it's, you need to be really funny to make a funny game work for me, you know? And I feel like just like fitting in little quips and little silly Billy things into games just does not work for me quite as well.
It did seem like there's just a constant barrage of that as well in this. Anytime I tuned in, it was just
yeah,
lots of clips, lots of just goofy gaffs
yeah,
at all times. Someone was like NPCs were barking silly stuff a lot of the time.
From all the reception, both positive and negative, to Baldur's Gate 3, that seems to be very much the same kind of deal. But at least I know what to expect going in there. And people say mechanically that game's fantastic. But yeah, it just made it that I didn't really care about what people were saying most of the time. Yeah, Sai, definitely. Baldur's Gate 3 looking much the same. And there was like a little bit of monotony in terms of like the things you were fighting in this game. Like it was a lot of the time it was like other people, occasionally void-woken creatures or like cursed beasts and stuff, or automatons. But at least the thing is that like the people you fought did bring in a wide variety of skills that shaped the fight and made the fights entirely different. Whereas Baldur's Gate looks a lot more diverse in terms of monsters and creatures that you're fighting, which I would hope for from a Dungeons and Dragons world. But yeah, like the actual like the nature of questing, going on and exploring, especially in this game, it's like quite easy to find yourself getting stuck looking for the next thing to do, either to push a particular quest forward, and it's very easy to just straight up like miss or accidentally even destroy things that are necessary for quests in this game. So like there's always going to be this like, you're going to be leaving a whole bunch of quests incomplete unless you're either incredibly thorough in looking for the next step in them, or you know, you're going in there pre-prepared, you know what's up, you're either using the guide or you've played it before. And I had two instances of I had done everything in the game, but I was not highly leveled enough to do any of the other content I had access to. So I had to like really hunt and peck throughout the place just to find that one thing that'll take me to the next level. And the differences in the levels, especially in tactician mode, make a huge difference. Like, especially like in terms of how getting rid of physical or magical armor. Maybe the one thing in the combat system I didn't like as much was this concept of magical and physical armor on things like you have these two bars, and in order to do direct damage, you have to break down the specific bar that you're targeting. Like if you want to damage them with magic, or even if you want to do like most status effects, you would have to get their magic armor down. And maybe I was just not being good enough at getting equipment, but it always felt a lot tougher to get the enemy's magic and physical armor down than it was for them to do the same to me. And so I felt like I was always going into fights a lot more afflicted by status than them. But maybe that's just like the whole thing of like you feel your difficulties more than your triumphs in these games. Yeah, and like yeah, just like one level could make such a huge difference in how much of someone's physical armor you could get rid of in an attack, for instance. So it really bogged down there to some degree, but for the most part it was very easy to play. It was like I had those two, I would say like 5-hour periods that really slowed down as I was just like trying to just dig that tiny little crack that could get me what I need to just open up the rest of the game. And unfortunately one of those was at the very end of the game. The entire 5th act of the game felt way too long. Like you had essentially a big moment where the villain steps in, comes and he's the big the big bad guy around town, and it gives you that moment of chase me, we're heading for the end of the game thing, and then you just go into a whole new town that you have to spend another 20 hours exploring and doing side quests in. But
Frustrating.
yeah, it was definitely frustrating, especially because the act directly before that was like so quick paced, and you're just like just bang 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 visiting all these locations that you need to get to and heading towards the climactic moment of that chapter. Whereas in this game it felt like I don't even know what I'm really doing to try and get to the end. I'm trying to find this person, but I don't really know where to start looking until like I do a bunch of other quests. But my complaints about this game, I wouldn't say they're minor, but just how damn fun the combat is, and just generally how you use skills to like even operate like traversing the world and stuff and do puzzles is all real good. I did have to look up a walkthrough once because it didn't explain the solution to the puzzle made sense, but it didn't really. I felt at least it didn't explain itself well to me to this the point I had to look it up. And then yeah, if you're on tactician mode, unless you are building your party like perfectly, like with complete intentionality, if you're a new player just coming and like experimenting a little bit and you don't make an optimum build, you're not going to beat the final boss fight. You're just not. I essentially had to do something that like took away half the fight, which like, you know, it's like supposed to be a character choice moment. You know, what side are you on? I'm on the side that gives me the least amount of enemies just to get through the fight, which was a real shame. But overall, this is a very, very easy recommend for me. If you're looking for a CRPG to get into, and especially if you want one that has like, you know, engaging tactical combat, and you don't have the money or inclination for Baldur's Gate because that's a whole last full-priced game, see if this one's on sale. Definitely worth it in my opinion. I'm very glad I did get to play it. I'm so glad that Chad voted for it. I'm also glad it's over $100 in the end I spent on this one. But yeah.
How many streams was that? Like 30? 29?
I think it was lower. I think it was like 23 or something.
Oh,
but like
goddamn.
we had some long streams in there. We had like a lot of those.
Yeah.
I'm staying up until 2 a.m. streams, which was very easy with this game. That's another thing. Like I think it is almost entirely down to the strength of the combat. I was always looking forward to like the next 21 was the final stream. I was always looking forward to the next encounter. And just especially right at the start of the game, it was like I was voracious for it. I was
Love a Moorish game.
Yeah, definitely. Just always incentivizing you to get new skills, to come across new encounters, to experiment in your setup, and whenever you get a new piece of gear and it ups your like damage, to even like that thing in this game, you really feel the difference. I always have a problem in CRPGs where the stats feel not arbitrary, but like a little archaic. I can't understand how I don't feel how upping an attribute affects me in a fight or in a certain situation. In this game, if you get an item that increases your strength by like towards the end of the game, you're getting like +5 to your strength or +5 to your intelligence, whatever, you immediately feel how much stronger your shit becomes, or like how much stronger a good shield or axe is, which I did really appreciate, because it is, I mean, I did say I didn't like it as much, but the magic and physical armor, like, you can very much sort of see how changes in your stats affect how quickly you drain that, and like essentially open people up to like the real fight, so to speak. Yeah, definitely Moorish always getting you to get deeper into the game, to find more to play with your build. I would love if this team just straight up made like an SRPG. Like this game would have probably been better as one.
Do you think?
Maybe not. but if they made one in the vein of how combat was handled in this game, they could build a phenomenal SRPG.
I'm sure they could, yeah.
So yeah, Divinity Original Sin 2, good game.
Good game.
Good game. Also, I'm getting close to having beaten my 200th game on stream. I think I actually might not be on 291 or 292 after I beat Tinykin. So if you want to know how good the game is, whenever I reach game 200 beaten, I will be doing a tier list of all the games from game 101 to game 200. And this shall be on there.
Nice.
Sai, we're getting so close.
God, I'm so close right now, Si.
The list is so big. The footage for Divinity Sin Original Sin 2, the playthrough we just watched, came from X3. I don't know anything about their channel, but you can find that video on the other side of the link. Just posted in chat. Now, the final game that we're talking about for today. I don't know how much you have to say in this game, but I've never played this. Always had a curiosity. Rune, tell me about Onimusha Warlords.
Oh, we're talking about Onimusha. I forgot about this. Yes. Onimusha is... It's kind of like this mix of basic hack and slash meets tank-controlled, not quite survival horror, but definitely coded. In that sense. You can see in the way the character's moving around here. All of the... I feel like combat's a much bigger focus. It's obviously just melee focused. You have these different kind of powers for different swords, basically, that you swap to. Not too dissimilar, I guess, from in idea from like Devil May Cry or a character direction where you swap weapons. But the moveset's very much simplified here. You just have a couple of sword swings and one magic move bound to square and triangle respectively. It's pretty easy to take down enemies. You have this mechanic where you absorb enemies' souls once they're defeated into your gauntlet to enhance the strength and abilities of your three main swords, weapons, or stances, whatever you want to call them. And they have an effect on the world around you, depending on whether certain doors are locked to you or not, whether you've empowered it enough to be able to open certain doors. There's a bit of color coding going on, not so much with not at all with enemies or anything, but in terms of like certain doors will only open if your blue katana here is strong enough or has been upgraded enough, and it's up to you to put the effort in to upgrade it rather than focusing on its strength or output like that.
Is this color... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Is the color coding specific to the weapon that you get, or is it like if you eat a certain amount of souls, you will get, or certain types of souls, you will get blue color?
No, so it all goes up to a general soul counter. It's that pink bar underneath the blue MP bar. So that's just a general, like, just soul currency that you spend on your items. So you can choose to upgrade your swords, the three swords, or certain items. You can upgrade a herb to be like a medicine for a stronger heal, or there's bows and arrows that you can upgrade your resources to. Basically, instead of regular arrows, you'll get fire arrows. It's just basically damage up across the board. It's super simple, but it's just it's basically what you spend that currency on. And then you have like segments like this, which are very like survival horror coded, where it's just puzzles. But it's very interesting in that it uses these files based on the 4 cardinal directions, I believe. It's like the kind of the Chinese and Japanese shared kind of myths of
the White Tiger of a Million
the dragon,
Bird.
White Tiger, Byakko, Suzaku, Genbu, and Seiryu. But you basically find these like little books throughout the place that you can miss. You have to keep paying attention to your surroundings, which are absolutely gorgeous to look at anyway, so it's absolutely fine
to
like have a little hunt for these
game.
little books that are lying around, and you'll get basically snippets of those passages that you'll use to decode certain treasure boxes for extra loot and things like that, and just upgrades as you move through the game. None of which are absolutely necessary. You can get through without, but it's very fun. It's nice to have a little like in-world reason, or kind of like have you engage with the lore of the world around you.
Yeah.
Or at least the Japanese mythology, like, of it all. I'm never too sold on kind of like feudal Edo Japan stories, but usually when the mythos and kind of mythology is thrown in, I can get down with it, because it's just that more of a fantasy element. One of the coolest things this game does, I don't know if this guy's going to use it much because it's fairly early on. You have a strafe mechanic, and when you hold the R1 button in, you can basically like quick step as much as you want in the 4 directions while you're there. That's a back step there. So you can zip around and hold that button and modify depending on, like, if you have a good grasp of tank controls and when the camera is going to switch in a certain area, you can really like become far more mobile than you'd ever expect to be in a tank controlled game. And it's such a treat to be able to like interact in a tank control situation and just be able to quickly backstep and react to an enemy swinging at you. Because a lot of these like survival horror games, if you put yourself in the front of an attack, you have to decide, yes, I'm going to take this attack, you know?
Yeah.
I'm going to like spend the currency or the resource in terms of whatever herbs I have to regain the health after I take this, because I wanted to get some damage in as well. We saw it in Parasite Eve 2. You kind of stand there and shoot, and if you decide to get hit, you have to be prepared for it. Whereas in this, you have the opportunity to react and commit to 1 or 2 parts of your attacks to hack and slash a little bit and then back out. It's far more engaging. It's a really nice, simplified combat system.
Does the game require you to like make use of the movement a lot? Like, do the enemies come at you hard and fast, or is it kind of like a thing of like, I'm fighting this one dude who's like inching towards me and I'm Korean backdashing across the stage like it's Taken 4?
It does look like that, for sure. I feel like the regular enemy encounters in the game will not require you to like invest in that mechanic as much. Albeit, it feels very satisfying to use it and to quickly dispatch enemies and move on. Depending on the zones that you're moving through, enemies will like be mix and matched. Like it's not the same every time you would leave and return to a zone that you've been to before. Enemies are different every time, it seems. It's not, I don't know if it's how randomized it is, but it's fun to kind of like plod through each of the zones.
It mixes it up
as you work through. Yeah, it mixes it up, and not like an incredibly exciting way, but enough for you to keep you on your toes and paying attention, you know?
Man, this guy got a look. I love how this game looks.
This Mars attacks guy is so funny. The VA in this game is not very good, but in the best way possible. I can only recommend it. But it's a fun game. I would recommend. I don't know if I quite like this remaster version. This is the re-release, where everything's kind of up-resed a bit. The game looks really nice. The backgrounds kind of look a bit blurrier than I think they do in the emulated version that I played, but sorry, I'm laughing at this guy's mouth. It's just it's so funny to me, dude. Sorry, the menus in this, I think this remastered version, they look like shit. I think they lose a lot of charm and life to them. Whereas if you take a look at like some of the older playthroughs, like from the PS2 versions, I think it looks a lot better. But I think that's like a tiny gripe to have. If it's easier for you to play this version, like by all means, you're not going to lose out at all.
Why is that squid guy called Ronaldo?
I really don't know. There's multiple Ronaldos as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's plenty of those enemies.
Very popular name in Edo period Japan. Yeah, no, it.
Oh yeah,
it
one of
looks
the enemies in this game is called like Marcel or something. And it's like just a big knight. It's just a big knight. Samurai.
Sure. Why the fuck not?
Yeah.
I wonder if it's like a localization thing. If he's actually called like, I don't know,
who knows?
Zoku or something.
I didn't really delve that much into it, to be honest. But yeah, this menu looks like shit. It looks so much nicer in
Is it like a matter of like entirely different UI design, or is it just like they've
it's
it?
a good bit different. It looks like they've redesigned the UI entirely, but
Okay,
it's just purely. It looks like they put the bare minimum effort in for it to fit on a widescreen.
Such neat monster designs. They look so
Yeah,
good.
really nice designs. Some cool Oni running around the place here. The whole kind of premise is that you've got this cool clan of ogres gauntlet that is the only way to help defeat the demons. Which doesn't really delve further into it. I don't know about Onimusha 2. I'd be kind of interested to see how far they take it. It just seems like kind of a tool that you get, and it doesn't really question it further than that.
Just a gameplay reason for you to suck up souls and keep getting stronger. Yeah. I was already curious on this, but looking at it, hearing you talk about it, I'm sold. The combat always looks like fairly, like obviously the moveset is somewhat limited because the focus seems to be largely sort of spacing more than straight up comboing. Is it?
There are moments where you have like sword clashes with enemies, and there's also you can critically hit enemies by waiting for the right time to strike. So if they're in the middle of an attack or about to pop up at some point, you can get a crit off, but it's dependent on each different enemy, which is fun. It's like a small little thing that you can learn, like if you want to spend the time, if you want to like see that enemy there when it starts spinning like that. There's a critical moment that you can hit square and get your swing off, and it'll immediately just one hit kill it, which is nice. And there's kind of moments with that, which pretty much plenty of the enemies throughout the game. It adds like the smallest bit of depth, but it's really just 1, 2, 3 swing or hit triangle for a cool magic move with your sword.
Did it feel like repetitive at all?
For the game's length, no. This is like an easy 6 to 7 hour game. If you're just playing it straight through. And here's the second sword that this guy's getting of the 3. It's more of a conventional like great sword kind of thing, rather than a katana. But
so pretty neat.
It's all about like wide swings, which like you really do kind of swap to certain weapons to deal with certain situations. Like it's not just, you can absolutely just force your way through it one sword if you're feeling lazy, but it's fun to swap. Like there's definitely no reason not to.
And is it like it's not just like straight up upgrade? Is it like, you actually
it's like elemental kind of situation. So this is like a fire sword that what he had earlier was an electric katana, which is all about like kind of speed attacks, where I guess this is all like slow bigger swings. And the final weapon is a twin blade, which is just like very much crowd control, kind of spinning around, easily turning moves that kind of flow into each other, so you can quickly handle a group of enemies pretty easily.
Yeah, I'm done.
I think you'd really enjoy this. I think it's one of those situations where it's like Parasite Eve, where it's like really effectively done, kind of its time PS2 title that just works beautifully well. Like it runs like a dream. It really does. So certain FMV sequences are just gorgeous. Some of the pre-rendered backgrounds are just great as well. It's a very pretty game.
Welcome Port, welcome Jimmy. Yeah, we've done the FF16. This is the final game we're talking about today.
That last one.
And yeah, I want to play. I think it's. Let me just check. Let me make sure that it's actually on the backlog.
This is a big recommend for me, for sure.
Now I know you said you're not looking to do any other series playthroughs, but Onimusha 2 maybe some point on the cards. Do we think?
Yeah, pretty soon. Just not. I'm not focused on getting to it immediately. There's other games I'd like to play.
Speaking of, well, I mean, is there much more you want to say about Onimusha?
No, that's it for me. It's a hard recommend. Please play it if you haven't.
Yeah, definitely getting on that. But yeah, what are there any? I mean, you're in a very retro space at the moment. We're jumping back to generations with Runeterra. Are there any games that coming out that you think you're anything you're particularly looking forward to for the rest of the year? Anything we might be seeing on stream?
Not particularly. I can't really think of anything to mind at the moment. What's up? What's coming up for you? Help me think.
Well, you know what? We'll bring up. I think.
Do we have a schedule?
Well, Metacritic always has a good thing of like upcoming releases.
Can we ban AOL?
Starfield. Oh, I wish I could ban AOL for that, but I'm fucking Todd pilled now.
Oh,
so...
Sea of Stars, great. Yes, I would love to play that.
Oh yeah.
God, that's on Game Pass.
That's another one. Fucking Chained Echoes is like. There are all these throwback indie RPGs that are looking real nice. Coming out one after the other. Blasphemous 2 is just that.
I'm probably going to play Blasphemous 1 pretty soon. I'm interested in it.
Oh,
love a bit of Catholic guilt.
You've yet to Blamham, man? Yeah.
No, yet to Blamham. I've heard good things.
Yeah. It's neat. From what I've heard, 2 is like almost entirely an improvement, which I'm looking forward to. Goodbye Volcano High, Dinosaur Snout game is coming out.
What? Goodbye Volcano High.
It's like dinosaurs in high school in a band, and there's a meteor coming. Yeah. Starfield. It would be the next big one. September, nothing huge jumping out just yet. Batten Kaitos is gonna be a nice one. Mortal Kombat 1. You're a Mortal Kombater?
I'm never on a Mortal Kombat. I think I'm with you on the Mortal Kombat hate.
I wouldn't say hit, but
You're a hater.
In part hit. Yeah. Lies of P. Did you play the demo of that?
No, I thought I visually it just kind of didn't really excite me.
That's fair.
Looked a bit clunky too.
Yeah, I would agree.
I watched you play it, and I was like, yeah, no, it's not for me.
Oh yeah, that's right. We're getting the Lords of the Fallen reboot in October as well. Getting so from-pilled all over the place. Spider-Man 2 is October as well as Sonic Superstars and Ghost Runner 2.
No.
I
kind of came out of Ghost Runner a bit
with
like
the first
meh.
one.
Yeah,
that
were good.
That's right. I really enjoyed Ghost Runner 1. I need the game to expand on what they were doing in that. To really keep me. I'm gonna wait to see what else they do with it. Alan Wake 2. Also,
Not an Alan Waker.
Me neither.
I'm afraid.
I need to play that. Star Ocean: The Second Story R, that 2.5D remake of Star Ocean 2.
That looks gorgeous.
It does
that looks
look
like
very
they've
nice.
effectively done the 2.5D. I have a big problem with the 2.5Ds and their serious over abuse of bloom and certain effects, just entirely overpowering the pixels.
Yeah.
But that looks like it's hit the mark a bit. I've never even played a Star Ocean game, and I'm interested in playing it just from that alone.
I'm not seeing any others for the rest of the year.
P5 Tactica, maybe? Oh, you probably need to play P5 first.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. God, what if Persona 5 Royal wins when P5 Tactica's out, 2 at the same time? Let's go. The Persona 5
you have to
arc.
play Strikers as well. Get into your Muso arc as well.
Oh man, it's all happening. The next year at twitch.tv/profoundbadness. Oh yeah, the SM RPG remake. Chris brings up Super Mario RPG.
Oh, I've never actually played them, so I don't know. I might jump on it.
I think I want to try play through the original first myself.
Yeah, I think I would just rather play the original.
Lies of Penguin. Bort, have you been watching Iron Pineapple? That game does look kind of funny though. Cocoon, Sai mentioned the one where it's like a puzzly game where you have like orbs and inside the orbs is a world. and you like travel in and out of the orb worlds, and also like position them in things that manipulates both the world around you and the world inside the orb. So you're like constantly moving between worlds and orbs and moving the worlds and orbs.
I was about to try to type this into Steam to have a look, and all I could type was orb. I have no idea what the fuck that means.
It looks like an incredible. If I try and play that game, I'm gonna get lost immediately. But yeah, orb world puzzle
gorgeous.
game. It does look nice.
Yeah, I'm having a look at the screens now.
But if you try and ask me to describe what's happened in the games, I will shid. But yeah, me too, Port. I very much enjoy Iron Pineapple's Souls-like series. I've found a few games that I definitely want to play from them. Even if his definition of Souls-like is what do I want to make a video about.
It's very thin.
Yeah.
Cool guy, though.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, damn, I guess Starfield might be the one for the rest of the year that I'm the most looking forward to.
Yeah, I guess I'm really kind of feeling dry about it. Anything that's AAA coming out in the next while, I don't really have much of a care for right now.
Yeah,
I'm super focused on this kind of retro wave anyway, so
that's
I'm happy
fair.
to kind of stay in my little corner right now with my old Vidya.
Man, looking at this Ninja Girl makes me think of Tenchu. Have you played Tenchu Stealth Assassins?
No, I saw a bit of Tenchu 2 on, I think it was Bub's channel when he was doing that kind of retro stuff.
Yeah.
He's jumping between games, and it looked very cool. I think I
Love
might
me.
like to check it out.
Yeah, definitely worth taking a peep at the Tenchu.
Yeah.
For sure. Oh, Port saying that Iron Pineapple's video is high fun on guard. Have you played the full version of On Guard? Because I'm very curious. I played the demo of it. The demo of it was fun, but I also felt like it was very quickly stretching the limit of how much fun I could have sort of doing the same stuff. I was hoping that it would add like more mechanics or more stuff you can interact with as you get further into the game. Because
I'm in the same boat as you. I need to see more from it.
Yeah,
I think.
Because I was feeling the same thing from whatchamacallit? Midnight Fight Club, Midnight Fight Express. Where it's like by the end of the second I was like, oh, okay, I feel like I've got everything I'm going to get from this game. And then it just kept adding mechanics and different enemy types and different situations, and I just had a blast the rest of the way through. And I'm just hoping that On Guard does the same thing, because right now I'm in that first phase with On Guard. Also, this game, looking at Onimusha as we're talking here, very much reminded me of Kuon. The from Soft horror game. Yeah. Kuon's like, it looks like a more faster combat is more fun version of Kuon. I definitely recommend checking that one out as well.
Yeah, I would.
It has quite significant flaws, but I just feel like what it's also doing at the same time is pretty gorgeous. Definitely worth checking out if you're okay with accepting a bit of older game jank.
Classic From jank.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But yeah. I think, is that gonna be it for us, Rune? Is this the end of the line?
Those are all of my thoughts.
We have no more thoughts on video
You've
games.
taken my thoughts.
Please proceed in an orderly fashion out of the stream. Rune, when are you next live? What are you streaming? What's going on?
Probably later on today. I'm feeling like continuing a little bit of a Shadow Wizard Money Gang run on Final Fantasy 1. So we're playing just like all black mages.
Black mages, nice.
Yeah. We're like, I think it's at we're at Mount Gulg. We're just finished it, I think. So.
Golgun it up.
Golgun, straight Golgun.
I'm
having a really nice time. The opening of it is like a really, really difficult run to start, but now I'm into it. Just black mages are technically just really OP. So it's just one hit clears.
The first time you cross that invisible boundary of new area, new encounters, that game fucking kicks you in the ribs immediately.
Absolutely.
But yeah, if you want to be a member of Gold Gang tonight, go follow Runtus. Right there. I will also be live tonight. So if you're watching one of us, you have to have the other on another tab, or you're a fake friend. That's how it goes. I'm going to be playing Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon. I'm so excited, but I'm also dreading going back to it. That fucking boss fight, man. So rough, but so good. But yeah, please do follow Rune. Like I said, also playing Castlevania, Lament of Innocence, Baldur's Gate, Dark and Darker. Just always super, super fun to hang out with and talk to. Got a nice crowd, which, you know, is like 50% you people.
You people.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Very, very, very much a much beloved part of our Wii community. The shared universe that is growing between a lot of people here, which we love.
The big homies.
Yeah, the big homies. Please go follow Rintooth. Check him out if you have yet to do so. And we need more people giving RuneStick on their stream.
Yeah, that's fair. I need to be taken down a peg. I invite it.
There's too much love going on in there. I go in there, I get bullied. So often. But Rin, thank you very much for joining me tonight. It has been a pleasure.
Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, 4 hours went by very quickly. Like an hour and a half of that was spent on Final Fantasy 16, but yeah, it's been great. Thank you so much. You will be back.
I'd love to.
You will be back.
Thank you for having me again.
And we will also have yet again the JO gang is back. Crystal's at the ready. I don't know when, but plans are in motion.
We've got a game. We do have a game. We've got a game. It's gonna happen soon.
We just need to. We just need to have the game.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you so much, and thank you everybody for watching. That is gonna be it for me. Is there anyone online to put y'all into?
I believe there's a Stargin.
Yeah, will Starge shot at me if I raid?
No. Tell him I said to do it.
Fuck him. We're gonna raid him anyway. Sarge currently playing Shadow Hearts Covenant, sequel to Shadow Hearts, which another game I need to get back to. There's so many of the games that I want to play are fucking like 30-hour plus RPGs. It's nonsense, Run. But yeah, thank you so much for joining me. Thank you, chat, for hanging out with us. I appreciate y'all. Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon here at 7:30 p.m. So it's like 2.5 hours. Might be a little bit later. Might need a bit more of a break than that. But Rune also streaming Final Fantasy 1 tonight. So yeah, you've got content. All right, you've got content lined
Your
up.
Saturday night.
Now,
Spend it in with us.
Everybody, go say hello to Sarge, or you know, Lurk. Do whatever you want. I'm not your boss. Thank you, everybody. Y'all take care of yourselves. Be good. Rune, thank you again. And bye bye.
Big love. Bye bye.